If you or the person you are calling for has a life-threatening emergency, please hang up and dial 911. Our fax number is 262-687-8224. For assistance, please select from one of the following two options. If you need to schedule a well child appointment, please press 1. To speak with a member of our care team and for all other calls, press 2 or remain on the line.
Please note, your call may be monitored for quality assurance purposes. We apologize as we are currently scheduling other callers. Please continue to hold for our next available agent. If you have an active MyChart account, you may request non-urgent medical advice or receive prescription refill assistance by using the message center link on the left side menu bar of your MyChart homepage. MyChart can provide you with direct access to physicians' offices for issues such as immunization records, disability forms, parking permit issues, travel letters, or other non-urgent needs. Please visit the MyChart page and select Message Center from the left side menu bar. If not currently enrolled in MyChart or not set up for text messages or appointment reminders, please let your representative know. We will be able to provide you assistance setting up your MyChart account.
Quick reception, this is Amy. Can I help you?
Amy, I'm Jasmine Renee Davis, and I am calling. I would like to know what is it, you all's problem there at Ascension where you all are telling me that you called me back about my son and different concerns and you never called back. You know, this is a court.
Let me just pull up your son's information first. What is his name?
TYRELLEDW.
And what's his birthday, please?
No, I didn't even tell you his name. I just read some of his name.
Tyrell, Tyrell.
Yeah, but he has more than that to his name.
Oh, understandable. I just need that part and a birthday. That's it.
No, but that's not all I'm telling you because that's not all. You asked me his name. And so how are you? No, how are you addressing him with just the one name if he has a full name, how are you just only addressing it just from that?
I understand. So what is his
No, I asked you a question, Amy.
I don't have an answer for that, but I can easily find it with different kind of demographics. So that's all. I can find him by a phone number too. Yeah. But yeah, you can give me his full name and I can
No,
look
you're
him
not
up for
here
you.
to like coddle me or anything or pacify me. This is a huge
No,
and you keep
interrupting
interrupting me. What? You keep interrupting me when I'm speaking and I'm not going to tolerate that. I don't appreciate you doing that.
Yeah, I apologize. I'm not trying to, ma'am. It's
You
just
did.
Your phone kind of cuts in and out.
Oh, you literally stopped. You heard what I said and you literally stopped me when I was telling you and she hung up the phone. Bullshit, bitch. I'm not about to be playing with these stupid assholes all goddamn day today.
If you or the person you...
Matter of fact, that's a wrap. I'm not... No, bitch. No. This unprofessional. You don't interrupt me and tell me that's enough. something is wrong with them, that they find that they're going to constantly do the things that they're doing. Like, I have to tolerate those sorts of things, and I don't. I really do not. I'm just working on these court order shit. That's all, and I'm winning.
Good morning. Thank you for calling Kafasi. This is Janet. How may I help you?
Janet, I am Jasmine Renee Davis, and I am calling to ask about the programs that you all have there at Kavasi.
Okay. Is there any one in particular that you're inquiring about?
I'm asking that you tell me about each of them that you have, please.
We have 16 different programs.
Okay, 16. And what's
So
the
if
name
you
of it?
really want to learn, you might want to just go on the Kafasi website, and it'll show you everything we have. It's kafasi.org.
Oh, you could just tell me the names of them. That's fine. I can stay on the phone and hold the phone and listen to them, please, Janet.
Okay, hold on a minute. Hang on.
No, I can hold the phone though.
All right, let's see what we got here. All right, so we have an anger management course, AmeriCorps Seniors, which has mentoring programs for seniors to mentor school-age children.
What is it called? AmeriCorps Seniors?
Uh-huh.
AmeriCorps?
AmeriCorps, yeah, AmeriCorps, AmeriCorps.
Okay.
We have a companion program through our friendly visitors. We have Meals on Wheels, senior dining, music and memory.
Hold on, don't wait a minute. I'm writing this down. Transport, music, senior dining, music, memory.
Meals on Wheels, transportation. We have a home repair program for seniors. We have long-term care resources. We have the medical equipment loan closet. We have a youth transition program. Family support. And I think I've hit them all.
That's 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. You said 16.
Okay, well, some of them have programs within the program.
Okay, and what are those that make 16,
You can check our website,
please?
and it would go into more detail as to what they all are.
Oh, no, because I'm calling and I'm going to make this phone call today. And I know that I have to make this phone call. And I know that I can call and talk to you. I don't have to go on the website. I could just call right here and talk to you about them.
Okay, so you don't have a particular program you're interested in?
You said there's 16. You named 12. What would make up that 16, please?
All right, you know what? Why don't you give me a number where I can call you back and let me get all my ducks in a row, and I'll give you a call back.
What do you mean ducks in a row?
Let me look at all of our lists so I make sure that I give them all to you. So can you give me your number?
Okay, and do you know when you'll be able to make that call? Return the call?
I should be able to make that call in about 15 minutes.
Okay, I'm Jasmine Renee Davis, and the phone number is 1-262-498-6963.
Could you 262, and then what was after that?
1-262-498
498
6963.
6963, and it's Jasmine. All right.
No. It's not Jasmine. It's Jasmine Renee Davis. Not only Jasmine. Please do not only write Jasmine. My name is Jasmine Renee Davis, not just Jasmine. I don't need any trouble here today. Okay. And this is not anger.
Okay.
Please.
let me make sure I have all the programs for you, and I'll give you a call back.
I appreciate the information.
Yep.
I'm not playing with these people. These people are a mess. Ooh, it's only their way. They have a right to do all they want to do out here in these streets, man. And I'm supposed to be perfect to handle everything that they. No, I'm not your safety net. You know what I'm saying? I'm not your safety net. And I'm about to hold on this live video until they call back. I have other stuff that I have to, other places I have to call. I'm not playing with them. I think that's the number. I'm not really sure. I got a dial tone on the cell phone. I got it going on.
The Ascension phone number you have reached is not in service. Oh, what is the phone number? I don't even know it. Okay, I'm definitely not dialing it. Let's see.
Located at 400 West Riverwood Parkway. For human resources, press 1. For billing questions, press 2. For all other calls, please press 3 to be connected with an operator.
You have reached a non-working number at Ascension Health.
I press 1 first. I'm going to try this again. These motherfuckers. I got it. Some number right here.
Located at 400 West Riverwoods Parkway. For human resources, press 1. For billing questions, press 2.
You have reached a non-working number at Ascension Health.
I can't make this stuff up. Oh, they in so much trouble. And the thing is, who's going to stand up to them and let them know that they money is out here? Ain't nobody got to be around this motherfucking poor just by calling this number right now. Sue their ass just because that number don't work. The fuck, man, please. They don't even have their phone system. They're going to try to tell somebody how.
Corporate office, how can I direct your call?
I'm Jasmine Renee Davis, and I'm calling. I have called you all a month ago and still have not received a call back yet. And I'm still having these problems within the pediatrics. And so I want to continue with the complaint. And it should not have to take a month before you all call me back. You all are right. There are different time frames and different things. People have stuff to do. And you all are not proficient, but you're steady taking in patients and taking in more people and letting people walk through your doors. And you're not handling what you have here. And you're being negligent. And it's malpractice. And it's so many other things. And these are serious. And so I need to speak with someone about these problems and these matters in administration. And also, your human resources phone number does not work. To press the 1 for the prompt, it says it's not a working number. You all are really subject to a whole lot of liability and lawsuit and litigation.
Oh, so you spoke to another switchboard operator, and they sent you to HR?
What are you talking about? What's your name?
Haven. I'm trying to figure out which department you needed and for which hospital to complain.
Okay,
you
so
you spoke to HR and they sent you to like a wrong number, and I was asking, did you speak to another operator who just sent you to HR, or was this like months ago that you got sent to HR and it didn't help you? Because that's how I'm trying to figure out which department.
What are you trying to ask me? Because that is not what I said. So what question do you have for me?
Which department did you need?
I just described it to you.
You have the complaint about,
Okay.
you have to ask for the manager and they will complain. That you can send your complaint to them.
No, the manager is not assisting at that hospital, and I'm not going to keep calling them and then get charged for harassment, okay? Because that's what they like to do around here. They like to call the police and say people are harassing them if people are calling, and I'm not about to continue to do that.
Okay.
So I've already been through that, and that's why I said this is going to be a lawsuit, because it's like you all are harassing me. I'm trying to take care of my matters here. And these people at Pediatrics in Racine, Wisconsin at Ascension are listening to my calls and not want to speak on my matters. And then they say they're going to call back and they never call back. And then a month later, I had to call and see what's going on. This has been going on for quite a while now. It's been ever since it was Wheaton Franciscan. I have a case that goes out over 14 years here at your hospital. And, it's at the point now where you all are more than abusive, but it's starting to, I have feelings.
Right.
So,
I understand.
but I have to call you all back. I'm going to call you all back about this.
Okay.
I'm Jasmine Renee Davis.
Hi, Jasmine. This is Janet.
Janet. Hey, Janet. Janet, I asked you not to refer to me as just Jasmine. I'm Jasmine Renee Davis. Is there a reason why you're going to keep on disrespecting me? What are you looking for? What do you want to happen on these calls, please?
I'm not looking for anything. Would you like the list of our...
No, but would you like to be ever so continually disrespectful to me for no reason? Why are you fighting me?
I truly apologize. I go by my first name.
But I already explained this to you thoroughly, that's not how you're going to address me. That's not how I'm addressed. And you don't know if you don't know anything about me. It don't matter if you listen. I asked you kindly and you're just doing whatever you want to do. And that's unacceptable. I don't authorize that. And I'm going to call here and I'm going to handle my matters, and I'm not going to have to get in some kind of dispute with you over my own name. You may not name me and call me whatever you want to call me. That is just unprofessional. I won't have it. Please, I'm Jasmine Renee Davis, and I explained that to you.
All right, Jasmine Renee Davis. Would you like the list of programs that we have?
You can sure say it, because I have other things to discuss on this call, please.
Okay, I'm going to list them all. Some of them I may have already told you, okay? So we have Meals on Wheels, Senior Dining, Volunteer Transportation, Friendly Visitor, Tech Support for Seniors, Music and Memory, Memory Masters, Virtual Connect, Senior Center Without Walls, Parenting Classes, Family Preservation, Family Support.
Hold on, I'm writing here. Okay, family support.
Yep.
What's after family? Family support?
Anger Management, AmeriCorps Seniors, Senior Home Repair, Information Assistance and Access.
Oh, that's more than 16. That's about...
It's 16 on my list, and again, I may have told you some that I told you the last time we spoke.
I have here anger management, AmeriCorps Seniors. I just kind of abbreviated some as I was writing because I didn't want to lose what you were saying, and I tried not to interrupt you. But you have a companion program. You have Meals on Wheels, Senior Dining, Music Memory, Transportation. Then you said it's volunteer transportation.
Volunteer transportation and transportation, same thing. It's volunteer transportation, just one.
You said transportation, then you said volunteer transportation.
Yeah, it's just volunteer transportation.
Okay, and so that's what I'm saying to you. Either way, I'm still saying it. And then home repair program, long-term resources, medical equipment loan closet, youth transition program, family support. You have a senior tech program there. You have a memory matters. You have a virtual, and like I said, I'm trying to hurry up and write these things down. Virtual connect. You have, I don't even know. You said something else. You said something before parenting class. I asked you what that is. Then you said parenting class. I said, I asked you what that is.
Before the parenting class was Senior Center Without Walls.
Yeah, I wrote Without Walls. Yeah, okay. And, you said, then that's when I'm like, hold on, I need to ask this person. And you said family preservation. You said family support. And then you said information assistance access.
Mm-hmm.
So, did I repeat any of those?
Well, the loan closet falls into the information assistance and access. So, as I tried to explain before, there are program names, but then there are other programs within that name.
Okay, so that would be 19 then if the loan closet, your loan closet program. Anyway, so I have some questions now. You have parenting classes. Can you explain to me about that, your parenting classes, please?
Actually, Jasmine Renee Davis, I cannot, but I can connect you to that department.
Okay, and so now can you explain any of these programs?
I can explain some. I am not the program director, so to get all the details, you would need to talk to those specific program managers.
Okay, and so I would have to have the names and the information so that I can talk to each one of those and the email addresses so that I can handle this stuff accordingly. Because you have different things like, I want to know, what is family preservation?
And family preservation, the manager for that is Carmen, and I would need to connect you with her.
So you don't, do you know what that is though? Because I don't
know all the specifics, and I wouldn't want to tell you and leave something out.
Oh, okay. So because I'm asking you, because I don't want to speak to someone and if that's not going to matter for the reason why I'm calling. And so you have the information there. It doesn't tell anything listed about that when you look up those names.
It's very just a quick bullet point. To get the specifics, you would need to talk to the manager of that department.
Okay, and so
you can tell me the things that you're interested in. I can connect you to the correct person.
Well, what do you mean connect?
Like transfer your call to the person who would be able to help you.
Right, and that's why I asked you to tell me the name and the email address and the phone number, and then I can call on my own. I can send an email on my own because it's more than one.
Okay, can you give me your email address and I can email that out to you? Because I don't honestly don't have the time to sit and do that all over the phone. But I would be happy to email you that information.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. So it's THE.
Okay, THE like the.
Yeah, the. LAW. OFF. ICES. OF.
F as in Frank. OF.
JASMINE. RENEE. DAVIS at gmail.com.
Okay. All right. It may not be today. I have some things going on today, but I will definitely get that to you. So names and email addresses of all the program managers.
Okay, can you send an email just verifying this call today though? Because I'm on a schedule here. And so that's why I was asking you to just tell me on the phone. You said you cannot, but I want you said
I can send you an email just to let you know that we spoke today, and I'll get you that information.
Okay, very well. I appreciate the information.
All right.
Oh my. Okay, so that's it. Now I don't know what the problem is with these people that
Reach Ascension, Wisconsin, Glendale.
It's a hard time finding that man.
Thank you for calling the Ascension, Wisconsin Corporate Office, Glendale. How can I help you?
Hi, what's your name?
My name is Diane.
Diane, I am Jasmine Renee Davis. And I don't know how to spell your name exactly. I just spelled it Diane, for my notes. And I mean, you can tell me how to spell your name properly. I appreciate that. Way. Okay. But I am calling, because I'm having some problems here. I called you all's office over a month ago to talk to you about the Racine location that you all have on Spring Street, the Ascension, like Wheaton Franciscan there, All Saints. And I am having a serious problem with that office. They are inconsistent. They're unprofessional. They only, they're not really caring. They're saying so much, or they interrupt me. They're not hearing anything. They don't put in the time. They don't put in the effort. But they have just so much talk and so much to say, and they're not doing anything about it. They're not really caring about what's actually happening with my son or any situation. And this has been happening. This has been something for over 14 years, even when I was pregnant. I've been having a serious problem, and now it's getting to the point. It's beyond litigation, beyond a lawsuit and all that, but I still have to handle my matters. And especially this is a court order. And so it's not like I'm just able just to walk away from the situation. These are some things that are involved with the court. So I'm serious about this. But even if it wasn't a court order, it's already at that point where it's at litigation. You all are not making it any better. When I call, you interrupt me when I'm talking, even just to say my son's name. Yeah, I understand. Oh, all you need is his first name, but that is so unprofessional to me. Something like a doctor's office. That's, where you ask a name and I tell you, and then you just say, oh, okay, whatever. No, I'm talking. Do not interrupt me. I'm talking, and then you, okay, well, what's his date of birth? Okay. No, I'm going to tell you his name because that's his name and that's how you address him, And then when I start explaining these things to them, they just disconnect the call, don't call back or anything. And it's really to the point where it's abusive, because if I say something, you all call the police, or you say that I'm harassing you, or you ban me, or get a restraining order or something. If I say stuff like "fuck you," or if I ask you what the fuck is wrong with you all.
Excuse me. Okay.
What? Excuse you 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 what, Diane? Excuse you what?
Excuse me.
Excuse you what? Go ahead and violate the law. Go ahead. Watch what you say though. Go ahead. Go. You don't. I didn't curse at you. First of all, I did not curse at you. Okay, first of all, I did not curse at you. I don't curse. First of all, I don't have to. Okay, I don't have to make any threats. I did not curse. Okay, I don't have to curse you. But I didn't. But if you want some words to come out my mouth, I can read though, and I can tell you exactly what I'm saying, and you ain't hearing nothing that I'm saying to you, and you're very well violating my freedom of speech. Okay, when you get through. No, excuse yourself. I told you if I was to say that, I said if I was to say something like that, then you would have a problem. Bitch, shut the fuck up. How do you like that? Bitch, you midlife crisis where? Oh, nothing. A midlife crisis? What kind of fucking unprofessional shit is that for you to say somebody having a midlife crisis? How the fuck is this a crisis? So you threatening me, bitch? You threatening me? No, you threatening me. I don't give a fuck. You threatening me. So you trying to put an end to my life, bitch? You don't count my days. What the fuck you mean a midlife? You don't put no time on my life. What the fuck is wrong with you? I mean this. The fuck you mean? You ain't shit, not bitch, never. Because I would have listened to what the fuck you had to say. And you that was a threat, ho. I'm gonna tell you that right now. Bitch, I'm telling you, and I'm still not cussing. But you ain't gonna never tell me that I'm at any point in my motherfucking life, you stupid ass. You stereotype, bitch. I ain't no motherfucking child of God, bitch. That's what you gonna have to realize, ho. I don't give a fuck who you are. You answer this, bitch. How the fuck?
I hear it.
How the fuck you gonna try? It does not matter. How the fuck? Oh, you a child of God? Are you a child of God?
Yes, ma'am, I am. I have not cussed at you. I have not said anything to
This
you,
bitch
but
is fucked up.
not to curse at me. That's all I did.
No.
Let's feel.
No. It got way more deeper than that.
Excuse me.
No.
I let you talk. Let me talk. I let you get all
Oh,
that
no,
out
you
your
didn't.
chest
No,
because
you
felt
did.
like
Fuck, you
needed
did
to
not.
get
And
it
I
out.
mean this, and I hope you recording this because I am.
Question?
I'm going to tell you something, first of all. Yeah, you so child of God. Well, you go right ahead because while you counting my motherfucking days and you just saying something out your mouth and you don't know doctrine, you don't know your word, bitch. I'm going to tell you that right motherfucking now, Diane. You don't know your word. How the fuck you a child of God and don't even know the word? What God is it that you a child of? What God are you a child of? You on this one? Bitch, I'm not a child of God. Believe that, you stupid ass motherfucker. You stupid ass bitch. I promise you, every single step of that motherfucking word, every step I take, I promise you. Now watch this. These motherfuckers gonna learn today. I promise you, every step I just took, I mean that to the fullest motherfucking power, bitch. Charge that one. I'm Jasmine Renee Davis. I'm calling. I have just been calling to Ascension Wheaton Franciscan. My date of birth is June 12th, 1986. D1204368671201. I'm calling about my son. I have a court order from a Kenosha chip case, okay? They kidnapped me and try to blame it on Racine, Wisconsin, and Kenosha in 2023. So there's Department of Children and Family Services of Wisconsin is involved. Division of Children and Family Services is involved. Department of Health Services in Wisconsin are involved. I've been trying to call about my son's appointments for months now. These people don't return my calls. I've been trying to make appropriate appointments to get my son in to be seen. They're already late. There's a court order that was sent to me. He was supposed to be seen earlier in May for a court order through Care for Kids. Okay, he has to be examined by them every 6 months, court order. And these people are playing around. And then they just I'm trying to explain to them. Like, if I start speaking in my own language to address the way that I feel, you all will have a problem. This woman gonna try to tell me I'm a child of God or I'm not a child of God, all this stupid shit. First of all, I am not a child of God and I do not have to be a child of God. And I also do not have to have somebody to tell me how to talk. And I'm trying to explain thoroughly to a professional place and they call themselves a hospital. Okay, where anybody can come in there as themselves and just because she believes she a child of God, and then she gonna tell me I'm having a midlife crisis. She is putting a timing on my life and tell me where I am in my life, and I do not appreciate that threat. That bitch threatened me. Her name is Diane. Okay? And I called to the Wheaton Franciscan corporate office. I'm not here to keep playing around with y'all. This is too unprofessional for me. It really is. It's no sort or sense of real capability. It's no sense of professionalism. It's no sense of real rights and the things that people actually have. Okay. She said I cussed at her. I did not curse. I don't have to threaten anyone. I did not, she didn't say cuss. She said I cursed her. I did not curse her at all. I said to her, now if I was to ask, what the fuck are you talking about? If I use that sort of language, then you all wouldn't appreciate it. And I'm trying to explain to her. And she did not hear what I said. She gonna try to say I cursed at her. A curse is something totally, I don't curse anybody. I don't have to curse you. Whatever you choose to walk into in your life is what you're going to walk into. I don't want to be in control of you. I don't want that responsibility. I'm not about to sit up here and play with people to try to dictate me and to put me into entrapment or get me to agree that I did something that I know that I did not do. I know what my words mean. I know what my language means. And I'm not going to allow anybody to define that for me. These people are making it hard on me to call like I call. The woman asked for my son's name. I tried to tell her name. She interrupted me when I was speaking and said, oh, well, just what's his date of birth? No, that I want you to address my son by his full name. You are now on a first name basis with my son. My son has a full name. These are medical people that I'm calling to, and they are so lazy. And then they're going to try to judge me and talk about, oh, like, yes, I said, I'm not a child of God. She's going to tell me, yes, I am. Oh, and then she's going to say, before that, I can tell you're not, but she's a child of God. Going to tell me, how will she know me? Say, I'm having a midlife crisis. How am I having a midlife crisis? I'm not in a midlife crisis, bitch. You or anybody else is not going to put no timing on my life and tell me I'm at mid and anything. Okay? How is it a midlife crisis when I tell her that she doesn't just address me in any specific way, and then she wants to keep going on and accuse me? I was addressing the situation. I was not addressing it to her. I was explaining the rationale of the situation. I was not saying it to her. And I try to explain that I call these people, they can't even keep up with the conversation that I'm telling them. They get all the words mixed up, and their phone lines, the numbers on their phone lines don't even work. I press a button of human resources one, it say their numbers are not even in working order. That hospital needs to be shut the fuck down. And it does not matter. It's a Catholic hospital. Okay, whatever. But I do not have to follow them rules. And it's a court order through this, Kenosha, Wisconsin, a CHIPS case about this stuff for myself and my son, TYRELLEDWARDMORRIS. I'm Jasmine Renee Davis, JSMINE RENEEDAVIS. And for me to have to keep putting my son's name out here like this, I don't appreciate it. People are out searching for all kinds of things. And I want to make record of this. This is getting to be more than just a conspiracy. This is exposing all of the mess and the chaos and abuse and the corruption and contamination that you all have around here. And I advise you all to take this seriously. And I'm calling, and this is serious matters, and I'm going to document it every step of the way, and I'm going to submit it to the courts, and I'm filing lawsuits against not only the city of Racine, but all these individual places. And it is your obligation to take this call and have an officer to call me, and I give a police report, and this stuff is looked into. I'm recording these calls, and I know exactly what I said. Everything. For me, after she want to talk that mess to me, I call her all kinds of bitches and everything. Because what I'm not going to do is allow people to sit up here and talk to me any kind of way, knowing that I'm genuine in the situation and knowing that I was never disrespectful to them or what they believe in. Okay, but they're not going to be unprofessional, and they're not going to put out words and not follow through with them, and then want to control me and make harsh comments and put them in court and make all kind of behind the scenes comments like I'm not caring for my son, in which it is nothing but them trying to cause some kind of mass incarceration and to make my son more sick, and then, just build a case up against me. That is a crime. They want to keep things as it is, okay? Please. They want to keep things as it is instead of making people better. I already told them, my son is not going to be sick forever. You all have made him into this autistic person. For these Catholics and all that, a lot of them believe that a child can continue. A lot of religions believe that a child can still be nourished by their parents, by their mother, up until they're about like 12 or 13. These same people, I'm wondering, why are they stopping people? Why are they saying that children now have control over their medical records at 12 or 13, but their parents don't? See, they're not telling people exactly. I could have breastfed my son until he was 12 years old. They made me stop breastfeeding my son at 2 years old. And I did not learn that when you don't have the education and you let these people control you just so that they can, take the nourishment away from my son, that same hospital induced my labor, abused me. Tasha Johnson, the Dr. Alexander, Dr. Carter, it was some other ones there too. In 2011, I'm not playing these games. Okay? They sit up there and abuse me during the epidural phase. It was just a fight the whole time. They rushed me out the hospital. They tried to take my son. They said my son was supposed to be a girl. He come out to be a boy. Okay? That's some more issues and problems. Okay? But the whole circumcision situation, all of it. And I want to report this, and I want to tell you all the knowledge, because it's a crime. It really, truly is. For them to take my placenta and induce my labor, and my son was supposed to get that nourishment from that placenta. Why would they rush my labor? And then they're not saying that they're making premature babies. They're saying that how is a baby full term when they induce a labor? That is not full term when you force a baby. So you made my body a hostile environment for my child and evicted my child out of my body. That is not normal. And that's what they do around here. And people have normalized it. That is illegal. That is abuse. Please. We need to wake up around here. These people are murderers and killers, and they're going, and it's attached to the school to prison pipeline. And I've had enough of it. You know what I'm saying? I don't want that in my life. Whatever, I'm not hating, that's their religious or whatever, but that's all that they have around here. And it's unfair competition and long-standing contests. If those doctors reported every labor, and I don't know what they're saying, that they probably miswriting their paperwork to rationale them inducing all of these labors. Thousands of people, they induce their labors. Because if they said that they're giving preterm labor to all these women and men, all these people, couples, whoever's having a baby together, partnerships, families, communities, groups, businesses who join together and have a baby, their hospital will be shut down because it's a specific level. You cannot just keep on bringing you have to report that. Right. And it's not fair. And I'm calling, and I am blowing the whistle. I am. And you all better take this seriously, because this is an indictment out on many things. And I'm not going to allow you all to continue to abuse me. I have to handle my stuff. And, I have court cases open and all this. I'm out on bond. I don't need this mess. I try so hard, and these people going to try to tell me that I'm a child of God. I'm not a child of God. I don't have to talk the way you talk, but you have to listen to the way that I speak. I'm not telling you not to be a child of God. You know what I'm saying? I'm not telling you don't believe in it, but do not force that on me. Especially when I'm doing everything I can to find a way to talk through all this shit, knowing what they have did to me. You don't sit there and take a child off of his mother's breast milk and then give that child some kind of formula that you have created that's not even natural. You don't have a mother on Tylenol 3 while she's pregnant on narcotics, carrying a baby, and then after you get that mother on the drug, you tell that mother, oh, you know what? You could have had some manganese or something like that. Why would you put a drug on? And so now you have claimed the life of that mother and that baby because you have put that baby on drugs. They turned my child and had me on drugs throughout the whole time that I was pregnant, Tylenol 3 with my baby. They're abusive. And my baby is not a drug addict. I don't use drugs. I'm not on drugs. I'm not on medication.
Right, I understand. What is your home address so I can put the call in for an officer to give you a phone call?
I don't have a specific home address, but I can tell you my phone number.
Okay, that's fine. Can you answer private or block number?
Yes, I can.
Okay, I'm going to have the officer call you, okay?
1-262-498-6963.
Okay, sounds good.
This is a wake-up call.
Okay?
This is a wake-up call. I'm awake. I appreciate it. And what's your number again? What you say your number is?
My dispatch number is 11035.
I'm not playing that game. I don't play the killing stuff, whatever you choose to do, but just don't do it to me. I don't appreciate it. And get to know what dispatch mean. Get to know what the definition of dispatch mean. Just in case you might get a little specific attitude, because I have feelings. Please. I appreciate it.
Ma'am. I completely understand everything you're saying, and I put the call in for you, okay?
It's time that people wake up around here or something. But I don't have to be put to sleep like this. This is a mess of y'all. This negligence all around here. Malpractice. My goodness. It's more than just a bloodbath, please. Okay, I'm Jasmine Renee Davis.
Okay.
Please.
All right. So, officer's going to give you a phone call. So
I appreciate it. I'm not playing.
I understand. Okay.
Appreciate it. I'm not motherfucking playing with these people. I care about my son. I care about my life. And you know what I'm saying? I do not do, man, it's people that for way less, they do way more. You know what I'm saying? And they are well within their rights. And they sit there because I don't abuse them, because I don't fight them, and they still want to sit there and try to take over my life and try to call me mentally ill and shit. I'm not dealing with this dumbass shit. The fuck you mean, man? They over here literally taking advantage of the whole, and all I'm letting you know. If I get like this, then it's a problem. And she showed me just right then and there. The fuck you mean? I don't have to be a child of God. Shit. Now, so you go ahead and figure that one through. Shit. These people, it's the worst of situations. I promise you. And I don't give a fuck. Somebody once told me, man, listen, I ain't even gonna quote that, but what I'm gonna say is this. I'm not gonna be out here and not take care of myself. This don't have nothing to do with me trying to get even with these people. I'm not trying to get even. I'm not out here trying to figure out what I can do to stay out of jail and all that. I'm trying to take care of my matters so that all of my stuff can be how it's supposed to be. I have court orders. And some of them are ridiculous. And some of them are just totally illegal, whatever. But the ones that I can manage properly and I can continue to prove on whatever, I'm going to do. I'm not about to go out there and take no drug tests on no days and have all different colors and them do. I'm not doing that shit because that's inappropriate. Even all this stuff in these foods, and I'm not taking no drug tests for them people. I don't give a fuck. I don't use drugs. And I don't have to take no goddamn drug test. That's a violation as it is. No, I'm not. And they're not going to have me sit out there and run up to a place where them people don't even want. Every time I call over there to that Kenosha Job Center, it's a goddamn problem. Them people have a one-track mind. And I cannot do it. They have always been envious of my presence. And it shows tremendously. And I don't have to deal with it. No, these are constant problems. Matter of fact, I'm going to get that call number. Shit.
Receive County Dispatch.
I'm Jasmine Renee Davis. I just called and I spoke with 11035. I didn't get that call number. Can you tell me that call number?
Yeah, give me 1 second.
No, I can hold the phone though.
Alright, let me know when you're ready. I'll give it to you.
Ready for what?
The complaint number?
Okay, can you tell me the complaint number, please?
Yeah, it's going to be 25-21631.
What was the reason that you all put on there?
About the female making comments to you?
What is the call? What did you all put?
About the hospital was treating you?
Okay, well, I just want to know, like, what is the nature of the call, the mistreatment, but what was it? Like, what did you label that call as? You know how you have to label the call? What's your number? Your, dispatcher number?
It's 11857.
Okay, hi, I'm Jasmine Renee Davis. What did you all label the call as, though? Like how you have to classify it or something like that?
I didn't take the call, but it's posted as a civil.
Okay, and do you have a description listed?
Yes, I told you it was in reference to the hospital making comments.
Okay, but you have to put that about their abuse and negligence. You have to put their prejudice and their discrimination. That has to be listed on there, please.
Okay, I'll put that in there, okay?
Okay, are you sure? Make sure you put discrimination in there.
Okay.
But just please, I appreciate it. 11857, and I'm the police officer or whoever did not call me back yet, but I'm looking for them to call soon. But it's more than just civil. I'm gonna tell you that right now. And so she should have asked me before she put civil, because this is a what are the different levels that you all put other than just civil?
There's a lot of codes.
Where can those codes be found? And could you tell me those codes?
I'm not going to list off all the codes. There's a lot.
How many codes are there?
I'm not sure, but it's a lot. I don't have time to list all of them.
Oh, okay. Well, I can't be told those codes, but I'm asking, where can they be found?
I'm not sure. I don't know where you could find them.
I'll call back and ask you all for those another time. But you should, I'm going to handle my matters on my own, but you should not just list civil and not know what exactly I'm trying to do. This is how you all mix stuff up, and these officers, it's not being submitted to the district attorney's office, and it's not being submitted different places and things like that. I know that you all have to take, like for your sheriff's office handles civil matters, right?
No.
So who handles civil matters?
All of the police departments handle civil matters, but it just depends on where you're located. So City of Racine is going to take a report, not the sheriff's department, because you don't live in the sheriff's department's jurisdiction.
I didn't give any address. And who is this talking on the phone right now?
10520, ma'am.
Okay, I did not give an address though. So what address do you have in the system?
We didn't put an address in here. We just did one City of Racine because the location that was causing you issues was Ascension All Saints, which is located in the City of Racine.
I told you all I called to their corporate office though too.
What was that? I'm sorry?
I called to their corporate office.
You called the corporate office?
Yeah, and that is not located in Racine.
Where's the corporate
But I
office?
did call. I'm going to tell you exactly. Serious problem where you all didn't ask me. And even if I was in a area that you say the sheriff will handle a business or whatever, if I was in that area, then the sheriff would then handle, if I went to the sheriff department, or if I was in the sheriff jurisdiction, then they could handle a civil matter?
Yes, if you were in the jurisdiction.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. So why did that person say no? And you all had transferred a call and didn't even tell me that another person was on the phone.
What is the address that this happened at? What was the actual address that you called? Do you know?
Oh, I can get the exact address, yes. But one of the places I did call is in Racine, and I was having problems with them on the phone. That is true. I did mention the Racine Hospital, yes. But it was not only, I discussed other matters. So it was the Racine Hospital, sure, on Spring Street, right? But there was also the other hospital, and I can tell you that address. I have to look into it, please.
Do you know the name of it, or is it?
It's Ascension, but it's their corporate office. So
an officer give you a phone call, okay?
And make sure you know they are a Catholic organization. They are a Catholic organization, and because this stuff is going to have to be reported properly. If you all going to do this stuff around here, then handle it, because I'm not going to have these people steady putting indictments on my life, trying to take my life from me, and I have to deal with this, and then I'm being accused of harassing and threatening people. These people are telling me I'm having a midlife crisis. I'm not even their patient. So how they going to say I'm calling about my son? They can't tell how she answer the phone, going to tell. So that's a threat on my life, and no, I'm not going to accept that. These people just saying stuff out their mouth and not explaining what they're saying, and then going to try to tell me that I'm a child of God. I don't have to be a child of God, and I'm not a child. I'm just myself. Okay? And I'm not God's child, and I don't have to be. And if people are worried about that, that's fine, but I do not have to be a member. I do not have to be attached to you, and I do not have to be your sister or your brother or your mother or your father. And a lot of people they can't get they self wrapped around that, but this is reality. Please. I'm Jasmine Renee Davis.
All of your information in here that you gave us about the hospital and the Glendale one and the corporate office and discrimination and free justice. So we put this all in here. So an officer is going to give you a phone call, but make sure you give them the information, okay?
Oh, but
We
not
have to
only
continue answering 911 calls in here, so I'm gonna have to let you go. Okay?
right. So, but you're not only discrimination though, abuse and negligence as well. They're not, man. I'm telling. This is a deep situation, and it's been going back for.
I just added that in here as well.
Please, I'm Jasmine Renee Davis. This is not a joke.
Okay, I just put all of that in here, so an officer will be calling you. Make sure you give them all of the information you provided me, okay?
Yeah, this is not a prank call. I'm Jasmine Renee Davis. D120-4368-671201, June 12, 1986.
Okay.
Appreciate the
The
information.
an officer's going to follow up with you.
Oh, have them call, please.
Okay. You're welcome. Thank you. Bye.
Call my phone number. Man, it's ridiculous. These people are a mess. Hey, it's if they hate, let them hate and watch the money pile up. Shit. And I'm putting this more and more in perspective because I'm just going to keep taking them to court. Somebody taught me a valuable lesson. I had did something, think I was doing something. I was trying to make my way. And they ain't say nothing to me, but they just made an action and it taught me my lesson. It wasn't abusive. It was none of that. But I don't have to fight you. But I'm going to show you. Serve your ass with some papers and make sure you understand. Because I do not have to get no street fights. Because that's not becoming of me. And that's not going to become of plans that I may or may not have for my life or to do the things that I want to do. And you're not going to socially deconstruct a goddamn thing that has to do with me, not me. So those are the calls that I'm making right now. And I'm going to take care of my business. I'm going to have to send some letters out to these people and these motherfuckers. I'm not playing. When you tell me that I'm supposed to be calm, when you all sit there and abuse my children in your hospital and you abuse me, and you put me on drugs, and then after you put me on drugs, you told me that you could have put me on a supplement and some vitamins that you never would have had that, and you forced me to take my baby, and you have me nursing my child with narcotics in my body. This is a serious motherfucking issue. And these immunizations and all these different things, I'm telling you right now, they don't understand because they can't possibly see past it or whatever. They have a promise on their lives. But I am the promise of my life. And so I have to take care of me. Please. I'm Jasmine Renee Davis. I'm going to come on some other time. I'm not about to let this stress me. I'm just doing some of this shit. This is no to notice. I'm working on my obligations and some. I'm Jasmine Renee Davis. I have responsibility and I'm accountable for my actions. Yes, I am. And when these people call here again, matter of fact, I'm gonna hold this phone. I'm gonna hold this live video and see how long it take this officer to call. As a matter of fact, promise that. Shit. I'm not about to play with these people. I don't know what they're looking for or whatever, but it's a serious matter. What the fuck you mean? How the fuck you get a midlife crisis out of that? Shit. I'm not about to let these people make it all kinds of hard out here while they trying to do something and they taking over other people. I'm not doing it. I'm not going to let them abuse me. And then, they're always the ones that are supposed to be like, what I'm saying, looked up to. These children don't even know. They just listening. Oh, they're so nice. They give them stickers and all kinds of shit. Ain't no telling what's in the motherfucking lollipops that they give them. And they just give it out. they sent some worker to to do some stuff, and he was not a physical therapist or any of that stuff. And this man was bringing food to my son, like nutrition bars or whatever. This was in 2024. I just got out of jail, and I'm wondering, like, hold on, you need to give me in writing, and you need to have a prescription. You can't just be coming bringing my son nothing like that. What's the ingredients in that? Kenosha Human Development Services, or whoever sent them. It was through the Kenosha Human Development Services work with the long-term waiver care program. And I don't know the exact name of the company, but the man came in and they believe in whatever, and they find that everything they do is right. And they expect everybody to just believe how they believe. And you don't just walk in a situation as if somebody have your own particular beliefs. You have common etiquette, you know what I'm saying? Courtesy for the next person. You don't assume. And this is why they're not diversified. They're at a standstill. They're not growing accurately and doing the things that they're really supposed to do in life, because they believe that everybody is the same. They all go by the same things. And it's a tough situation. It absolutely is. It's a really serious situation when these people are limiting and prohibiting people in their actual daily lives, in their living. But I told him, no, you don't just don't put my son on no damn power bars and shit. Are you going to put a 11-year-old or 12-year-old on some damn energy bars? No, my son is energy. And these people taking melanin out of kids and out of people's bodies and all this shit, using it for their advantage and knowing that melanin is a serious issue. And they extract it. Ain't no telling what they do and how they do it. Or no, I'm telling you, they have things to stunt growth. People are having surgeries now to even get height. They can do anything, and they believe in a powerful God. They believe in powerful science. They believe in a powerful, masterful work of what they do. These people, if you allow them to do it, they gonna do it. I'm telling you. And they can do whatever the fuck they want to do. But you're not gonna do what the fuck you want to, whatever it is that you want to do to me. Now, when you talk to me, how I am, okay? And you come to me, then you're going to have me able to try to figure out how to talk to you. But I'm not here to soothe you, and you're not here to soothe me. But I'm not going to just sit around here and pretend like I'm not going to know how to handle harshness. I have to make sure that I live my life throughout everything. That I make it through anything. That's just like if it rains, I'm going to put on my rain boots and my raincoat and my rain hat, or pull my hood up. If it's sunshine, I might pop out in a bikini. You know what I'm saying? Or something. You know what I'm saying? And just have my own stuff on. If it's cold outside, I might put on a snowsuit. You know what I'm saying? I might throw on some, and just get out here and live my life. Okay, it depends. If I'm playing sports, I am gonna be active accordingly. And so when people are teaching and learning in the accurate stance, when they put it in perspective, oh, you know what? That's right. That makes sense. But why aren't you being taught this? Why aren't you putting in perspective? Everybody, all them people are in autopilot. They do everything the same every single day. They don't have a change. They don't have all kinds of stuff. And just so happen, I'm happy to have this diversity, but I can handle adversity. I do not have to appreciate their abuse. I do not have to appreciate the things that they are constantly doing to me. They sit up here, they have these phone numbers, and they're all backed up. They probably have at least 1,400, 500 calls on their goddamn voicemail that they haven't even been able to address. And I'm pretty sure more than 75% of them, they have forwarded to their legal department. They say, just don't call them. Force them to quit. Because they ask, I'm going to tell you something. If you don't got the money I'm asking, give me the goddamn building. I promise you, it's that serious now. Because you all have sit there and taken everything that you could from me, including my building. You sit there and tell me that I don't need to be having children because I live in my... You sit there and vilified or ostracized everything about my dad's house from Kenosha all the way to Racine. My dad made that house. But you gonna have the nerve to tell me at the same breath, you gonna tell me I'm a child of God, but you gonna tell me that I can't stay in my father's house? But your father's supposed to take care of you and he don't. The fuck you mean? But you gonna try to belittle my father because he had paid his house off. And he has rooms in his house with me. And if I choose to bring any children up in his house. Because they want to try to convince me don't have children. And then if I tell them that I don't want to have children anymore, then they want to try to put me on some drugs to hypnotize me to take my womb from me and tie my tubes and do dumbass shit. Fuck y'all. That's a crime. Yeah, it's civil, all right, because I am not agreeing to the shit that they are putting me through. I'm Jasmine Renee Davis. Yeah, but I said I am Jasmine Renee Davis, and you said hi, Jasmine.
Correct. That's what you said, correct?
I said I am Jasmine Renee Davis.
Correct.
I did not say I am Jasmine.
That's what you said.
What did I say? What's the case number for this call before we go any further?
It's 25-21631.
Okay, so that's the same number. Okay, but no, I did not. So what are you saying? What are you saying though? Because I answered from I'm Jasmine Renee Davis, and you decided just to call me Jasmine.
Oh, I see what you want me to call you by your full name.
That's just my name.
Okay, I did not know that's what you were asking. I thought Jasmine was your first name, and that was okay. So I will, Jasmine Renee Davis, every single time that I mention your name, I will say your full name, Jasmine Renee Davis, every single time. And
in the reports, too. Not even Miss Davis. Jasmine Renee Davis.
Correct.
Okay.
But again, that's a report that I will be writing if I need to, and it will be written the correct way.
But you're not going to call me something that I'm not. You're not going to address me how you want to address me, even though it's your report. You're not going to just make anything up in your report.
Oh, I'm not making anything up. As long as it's spelled the correct way and it has all the pertinent and important information, then it's good enough for the DA's office.
What is?
My report, if I need to write one.
Oh, this report, you have to write one, and you're not going to since it's just good enough for what's the DA's office?
The defense attorney?
Defense attorney.
The district attorney?
How do you spell your name, officer?
It is CHAPPELL. Do you want my badge number as well?
You can keep your badge number, but what is it? What's the number?
11241.
Okay, so you have a lot of I don't know what it is, but you're telling me that whatever you choose to write in the report, as long as you don't misspell my name. So you have all the legalities, all the loopholes, all the things that you can write whatever you want, because you know it's illegal though. If you misspell my name, they have to throw the case out. There's different things that you learn. Yeah, there's different things that you learn. So I'm going to tell you again, do not write Miss Davis in that report. That's not my name. Do not write just Jasmine.
I probably just put Davis. And as long as I don't have any lies in my report, as long as it's all truth and it's all something that I've been told, and that's what I'm putting in a report, then it's not illegal or anything.
If I tell you don't address me by any other name than my own, you may not do that.
Correct, and I'm not.
What is the reason they told you to call? Can you tell me?
Yes, it said that there was an employee, Diane, at Ascension, that was making comments about you being in a life crisis. She was also interrupting while you were telling them about your son.
They missed out everything about the abuse through childbirth and all the neglect, all the discrimination, all the things that I said. They missed out I was just telling them all of that. But that's all they put though, right? She said that.
Have you reported anything in the past about
I have, and this has been going on for a while now. But then I have a court order, and these doctors they're not returning my call, okay? And even like last year, they were falsifying the insurance for all kinds of stuff. Where I was trying to make sure my son had his pull-ons, okay, through JB Medical. Mm-hmm. They were not even sending the proper orders. They're not calling me to make the proper appointments that I have to make for my son. He was supposed to have a checkup at the beginning of the month. They did not return my call. Then I called them again. And then they said, oh, they're going to call me back. And they still don't call me back so that I can make an appointment with the doctor that is assigned to my son. I'm not a Catholic person. I do not believe in what they're believing in. But just so happens there's a court order and it's forcing me. People have to realize that these places are going to have a custom for their beliefs, and that's disrespectful, okay? This has been going on. I dealt with abuse, and I reported this stuff when I was pregnant. The doctor sit there and put me on Tylenol 3 when I was pregnant, and then tells me after he put me on the drugs, he tells me that I should be taking manganese instead of the drugs. But he knew it the whole time. A neurologist while I was pregnant. Okay. But yet and still, he decided, and then I was taking that throughout the course, and they still had me on it. He did not prescribe me the vitamins, but he kept wanting me to take the Tylenol 3. That's a form of abuse right there.
Okay, yeah.
Okay. They induced my labor because a woman, Tasha Johnson, a doctor there, was abusive. She falsified paperwork to the Department of Children and Families in Kenosha, Wisconsin, through a program called TANF or W2. They didn't even want me to Kenosha didn't even want me to touch the paperwork. They wanted to do everything through fax machine. They didn't even want me to see what they wrote or whatever. That doctor falsified documents, and somehow I got a hold to him while I was pregnant. And I asked her, why did you put all this stuff? My vitals were not irregular. I didn't have any thing that was wrong through my whole, and she put all this stuff on my records, and she could not explain it. And then she said, you know what? Because this is what I felt myself. This is what I wanted to put. And she would sit there, and I was so upset, and I was pregnant. It caused me to be discharged from the hospital. I tried to call and get in the hospital in Kenosha. Kenosha Hospital would not take me because I was so far along with my pregnancy. So I did no longer have a stable doctor anymore. So if I would have to go to like an emergency room, they have like a pregnancy, like emergency room. I was not getting a proper adequate care anymore in my pregnancy or any of that stuff. And I have been dealing with this stuff for a while now, and they're still being abusive toward me when I'm trying to still talk to them. I'm trying to still work things out with them, and they're ignoring me. They falsify reports. Their medical records are inaccurate. It's just ridiculous. There's a whole list of things that Care for Kids is saying. I want to talk to them about all these different things for my son so that I can make these appointments for my son. There's a children in need of protection case, a CHIPS case through Department of Children and Families, in Kenosha, Division of Children and Family Services, where I was kidnapped at fake Chapter 51 in Kenosha on August 3rd, 2023. Kenosha tried to say it happened in Racine, but it happened in Kenosha. Okay? But my son I'm still going through the court process. The public defender's office did not tell me about court. They went to court without me constantly, over and over again. I did not know about court, did not know about trial. Judge William Michael was the commissioner, William Michael, and it was just a mess. He was talking about, that they're going to try to give me some mental help, and they're going to force me into, and then I wound up where I was called incompetent. I had to go to jail for over 6 months for incompetency, and this stuff is steady going on and on and on again, and it's all connected. It's all seeming to add up over and over and over again. And so I have to handle these court orders. And these people are making it impossible. If I don't take care of the things and they say, well, you know what? She doesn't care about the court orders. This is what they believe in. Okay? And I have to be forced already to their beliefs because it's what they choose and they believe. And I don't agree with that. And I should not have to call and fight with these people. And I say, I'm talking to the corporate office and say, I don't want to have to translate like this when I talk to them. I don't want to have to always give a different language. I want to be able to try to talk to them in a way that I believe that it's going to be as, accepted in any place at all. Now, all my language is not accepted everywhere, but I have a right to speak it. Okay? This woman tells me that I'm cursing her. I said, no, I'm not. I don't curse anybody. I don't threaten you. I don't have to. That is totally inappropriate for her to say. Okay, I'm going to let you know that right now.
Okay.
She tells me I'm having a midlife crisis. This is a professional woman, I suppose, unethical, at Ascension. How the fuck you telling me that I'm having a midlife crisis because I'm calling you about the constant abuse? And I even called to the corporate office over a month ago and they still have not returned my calls. Them people are taking me as I'm a joke. And it's happening notoriously all around all these agencies. I have 3 open court cases for things that I did not even do. And there's somebody like you telling me it's acceptable because the district attorney just going to take anything. That's a laughing stock of, and this is the thing. I have had police reports and I have had from, district attorney criminal complaints where they were false. They were not the truth. They were not written the proper way. You cannot summarize these things and assume this is what I'm saying. You cannot just do that. These people sit there and told me to take my son. Children's Hospital told me to stop breastfeeding my son at 2 years. Meanwhile, they sit up there and their beliefs and stuff like that is that the parents can continue to nurture children up until age 12 or beyond that. And they're talking about now a child age 12 can make their own medical decisions. And the parents have to get a consent for the child. But you want to sit up here and have, what are you saying? What did you say?
I'm sorry, ma'am, what was that?
I asked you a question. I said, what did you say when I was speaking, when I'm talking?
Nothing, ma'am. Go ahead and continue.
Oh, yeah, no. Okay, so sure. What I'm saying is, I'm about this life, okay? And these people are showing their long-standing competitions, their unfair competitions, their long-standing contests, the abuse, the negligence, the discrimination constantly. There's no place in this sort of thing where they falsely diagnose the malpractice. People do not have to accept this. And they have, first of all, ejected my baby, my son, out of my womb. During this whole situation, that Dr. Tasha Johnson sit there while I had on a paper gown, okay, and stood there between my legs, grabbed my face and told me to look at her and talk to her while I'm crying, asking her, how could she do that? And I'm pregnant. Why did she make those lies to them people in Kenosha? Knowing I was already having problems, knowing that they were already, had something that they had to prove about me, wanting to make me look horrible. And she faxed these things over, dishonest, just to get a $600 check. And then it caused me to not even have the proper care throughout my pregnancy for my son. I took care of myself though, you know what I'm saying? But I still had to go there. I was not able to plan for a home delivery. I was not able to do the things that they were trying to literally force me into. And because of this, they sit up there and induced my labor and did not tell me that I never had to have my labor induced. When they gave me an epidural, they didn't talk to me about it. That woman was abusive to me, threatening me, yelling at me, all this stuff. As I'm having contractions. A woman like 24, 25 years old. Literally bringing a child into this world while my body is going through changes. And they have, it's already a serious case. And you as a police officer should know this. Infant immortality. High death rates among black people and black women in childbirth and all these different things. And these people have this standard textbook about all the stuff that they are constantly doing to me. And all I'm trying to do is just call these people and just talk rationally to them and get my stuff across. They are on a first name basis. They're very lazy. They're very just unprofessional. They just kick it up in them offices like they own it. They don't let nobody. I can never be the one to call and be professional. Like, okay, so that's just like if you go to your chief, right? And you just happen to come up in there ready for work in some damn swim trunks. And talk about you about to get in his police car and patrol Racine. How, you know what I'm saying? You got on some, some Louis Vuitton flip-flops and a Nike bucket cap with some sunscreen on. Talk about but you feel that type of way, but you ready and you got your belt on though. What you think what would your officer, what would your chief say about that? He would probably have a uniform for you to put on, or you can find somewhere else to work.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Like, this is ridiculous. That's all I'm trying to do is just talk to these people. And I don't need to go everywhere I go. Everybody is not sitting out here trying to get a crazy check. It's becoming a crime now. It's been a crime. It's fraud and it's a bloodbath out here. And I'm sitting here and they're sitting here calling me all kinds of different things in my name. And when I say a bloodbath, I mean people are literally being killed tremendously. Like as if it's like they're being treated like trash, not being told. It's like involuntary volunteerism. And I'm not going to step in that bloodbath. But what I'm telling you is it's inappropriate. And then this doctor is there that told me that I shouldn't be having children because I was living in my dad's house. My dad owned his house, paid for his house. And then they sit there and ask women, do they want to get their tubes tied? Why they have them under, different drugs and stuff right when they have babies and rush them out of the hospital. You literally put all those drugs in my body and all that different stuff and forced me out the hospital within a day. And then they don't want nobody to talk to them. They don't want to, this has been going on for over 14 years.
Mm-hmm.
But most recently now, you are a police officer. I have described many things. First of all, make an accurate report and investigate this. Report it to the proper places, and I'm gonna report it to the proper places. But I'm not allowing you all anymore. And it's terrible that I have to come to the police because I should be able to handle my own matters, and I have. But the courts are involved now.
So you want me to write a report on the name calling, and the not listening?
Everything that I just said to you. How do you pronounce your name?
Well, that's the thing is that there's a statute of limitations when it comes to certain things.
No, it's not.
So, yes, ma'am, there is. And I can't report on something that happened many, many years ago.
Oh, you can't? You can't? Oh, okay. So how many years does it go back that you can put in the report?
It all depends on what you want to report, ma'am. If you want to report what happened today, that's fine. That's completely fine. But if it's something that happened a few years ago, that's not something that you can report, that we can make a report on.
So how come if you all charge me with disorderly conduct, you bring up all the arrests that I've ever had in my life and use them and charge me as a repeater then?
Because that is on your record.
Oh, okay. But it's a statute of limitations, right?
For crimes that have happened, correct.
For alleged crimes. And it's also something called what? Double jeopardy, entrapment. But you can use stuff, but you're going to tell me I can't use it. Make sure you put all of what I'm saying to you. I'm talking about today. Put all of this in your report. What I'm saying about asking you about you brought the statute of limitations. How can somebody go to jail for something, pay their sentence, serve their time if it's a fine or anything, and they already had served that, and you still using it after somebody have recovered from it? You cannot continue to do that. But then when somebody else is like me, I'm making a complaint, you're going to tell me I have limitations because you do too. And you all are getting away with this. No, you do as well. I'm Jasmine Renee Davis. I am Jasmine Renee Davis. You have control.
That we have control over is arresting somebody for when they have done something that is against the law. Whatever happens to them after that, we have no control over.
You all make the report. You send the things out. You know what to write. Like you said, you know what to write so that the district attorney will accept your consent.
Understand it fully or completely what we're thinking or saying, and that goes for anybody and any time and any era, no matter where you live, no matter what country you're in, no matter what time zone you're in. That goes for everybody. It is very difficult for someone to get your full and complete understanding of what's going on unless they have experienced it themselves. That's why stuff like this happens and you get charged with multiple things or the same thing different times. Do you understand that?
No, that just contradicted itself completely. I heard what you said. And you were kind of trying to...
You contradicted it. Anything.
Oh, well, the way you described it did. And that's why you're supposed to write exactly what I say, not what you want to say. And then I can speak for myself and not have you to represent me or somebody else represent me. And without being called incompetent. Because you don't know, and you don't know the intention. And that's why before you arrest somebody, you're supposed to do a proper investigation. But you all use something that you call discretion, and then you say, tell it to the judge. You are exactly right. But you all are skipping the investigation part, and you're just throwing somebody in handcuffs and making arrests, and that's improper.
I don't think I've thrown anybody in handcuffs yet today.
Oh, my goodness.
Okay,
well,
ma'am, so you want us to make a report about what happened at the hospital today and about what we've discussed today? You want me to put that in my report as well?
So I saw a corporate office. They're telling me that I'm having a midlife crisis. I'm not even their patient. I didn't even, first of all, that's a threat on my life. You don't put no number of days on my life and tell me that I'm in the middle of my life. You know what I'm saying?
That is not a threat on your life.
Oh, how do you know that? How do you know that?
United States law.
What's the United States law? Okay, so what if I called you, like, what if somebody called me an asshole? Is that a law? Is that breaking the law?
No, ma'am, it's not. As long as they're not disturbing the peace of the public.
What if somebody calls somebody like a bastard or something like that? Is that breaking the law?
No, ma'am, it's not.
Okay, so I was charged criminally. Okay, because somebody was dishonest and said that I said those exact words to them. I was charged with obscenity and threatening and harassing phone calls because they said I said those words and I didn't even say them.
Well, if you are consistently calling somebody and yelling at them and harassing them, then that would be what you got charged for, and that would be correct.
Oh, you said, I never once told you in my statement that I was yelling at them, and I did not say that I was consistently calling them.
I thought that's what you were just said.
I did not say that.
So it sounded like you just said to me.
When?
Literally like 2 seconds before you just said that.
Said what? Yeah, I'm alive, man. I ain't done, man. I'm awake and I got this. Y'all not about to keep doing this and abusing me. No.
No one's abusing you.
Because I did not call and harass anybody. The phone, I'm calling trying to get through to these people, to make complaints, to figure stuff out, to handle my business. And that's one reason why I'm telling you, I'm not going to deal with this, having to keep calling these people and fighting them when they know that they can avoid the actual facts that are happening. Hold on, please do not interrupt me. Please do not
talk to them the way that you're talking to them. They have every right to call and say that you're being aggressive with them.
So how come I can't call and say they're being aggressive with me?
You are doing that right now.
But you
taking your report right now.
No, you said that is not a crime.
You asked specific questions about specific words. I said no, saying those specific words is not a crime.
If someone
That's what was said.
Okay, so you all assume that I'm saying something in particular, right? You don't know, and you just said that.
If someone calls us and says that someone is shouting and yelling obscenities at them, then that's what we're going to believe is happening.
Why?
Because that's what someone has called and told us.
But why?
Nobody calls the police on a normal basis and lies about something like that.
Really? But it has happened. Do you believe that I'm yelling and shouting at you right now?
You have gotten loud a few times, yes, but I think you're being polite for right now.
You cannot tell people how they talk. People talk on. No, you can't. The fuck you can't.
I can tell you how you're talking.
No, you don't know you don't know me. You don't know. And so people talk on microphones, right?
That has nothing to do with
Oh, it does. It does. It does. So are you going to go around and take a microphone away? So it can't be illegal to make your voice loud if there are microphones. Come on, learn something here today.
I'm sorry, I didn't get that.
That was you saying hun now. Why is it a such thing called a microphone if it's illegal to raise your voice?
It's not illegal to raise your voice unless you're doing it to hurt other people,
right,
or to put down other people, or doing it in a public space where it's not welcome.
No, excuse your statement, because I'm gonna tell you something. No, anybody can say that you're not welcome as a police officer. I'm sure you're not welcome in many places. Okay, so go to jail then. Go to jail then. Go to jail.
Jail because someone doesn't want us around.
Well, how come I have to go to jail because somebody don't want me around?
Because you're being aggressive and yelling at them and they don't want you there anymore.
That's what you're doing right now.
I'm not doing that.
Oh, well then how are you going to tell me? No, and so how are you going to tell me that what I'm doing is perfectly natural for me to do and I'm not abusing anybody, but just because somebody is saying it, or if I'm talking on speakerphone, like I'm talking on speakerphone right now, and I have a loud voice anyway, my voice changes. That's just like if someone is singing. The difference between a cappella or with instrument.
You're doing anything wrong right now. You are not doing, I'm going to repeat myself, you are not doing anything wrong right now. I didn't call you to get you in trouble for whatever you may or may not have done. I called you because you called us because Ascension was being rude to you. That's why I called. You're not in trouble.
The problem is I am in trouble.
What us to do as police officers to help you out of this situation?
No, the problem is I am in trouble. The problem is I have to fight everything that I've already known. You just proved it on this phone today. You just proved that those people, those dispatchers who made those reports were making malicious statements. They're making false statements to a public servant. That is a crime. Okay? And not only that, if someone has something that could possibly put me in contempt of court or to harm me or take my son from me, they're participating in kidnapping. And a lot of people have organized crime where they purposely, like a person named Chelsea Ghost and Michelle Lang out of Kenosha, Wisconsin. They're licensed social workers. They work for Department of Children and Families and Division of Children and Family Services through the state of Wisconsin. Okay. And they literally ran the timeout. They refused my emails. I mean, I was putting the district attorney's name, everybody. I mean, all kind of agencies and everything. They ran the timeout on the clock so that I could not even make meetings with my son. They ignored my emails for over 6 months. And then went to the judge and told the judge that I did not show interest. So now they're going to have me to take drug tests and go through psychological evaluations and all this before I can see my son. That was not the initial report. They know exactly what the right to take my child and to have me, somebody try to, that is abuse. When people are saying somebody, like for you, you're an officer. If you have a mental illness, like if somebody called you schizophrenic, you could not carry that gun. You might can work at a desk or something, but you would not be able to carry your gun. You would not be able to. What are you saying?
I said that's correct.
And so would you like if I went and with my license or with anything and say that, how you pronounce your name? Chappelle? How you pronounce your name, please? Chappelle. What if I say Chappelle is mentally, I don't want to even put that on you. Okay, I'm serious.
They would do an investigation and they would have send me to a therapist to see how my brain is working, and I would comply with everything because I know that at the end of it, I'm going to get out of it and be fine. And even if I'm not, I'll still have peer and support and medication to help me.
Oh man, that's your outlook. I'm not about to let somebody.
It's a great outlook because I don't have to worry about anything and the stress about it because I know I have support. And I know that no one's going to harm me, including the doctors, even though they say that I have some mental illness because, hey, what do I know? I might.
What do you know? You know yourself. And it's not fair that you sit up there and you let somebody just say whatever they want because they want to dictate your life or take something from you. And that's great confidence that you actually have. Okay?
I have control over my life. I still make the decisions in my life. But I do like to have the opinion of someone who's more educated than I am.
How is somebody going to be more educated on your life than you?
No, just on the anatomy of the human body.
No, you do not let somebody sit up there and purposely say that. Like, can an officer diagnose somebody on the street? Is that what you all are skilled in? Can you diagnose someone?
We're not allowed to diagnose, but we're allowed to refer what we are seeing in a person, and with our training and experience, those traits and that we see and that we document, other professionals will pick up on those and then determine what's going on.
So you all sit there, just say, do you know that there is some corruption and contamination and things like that that are in the police stations, right? Everywhere.
Oh, I know.
Okay.
I know about it. It happens everywhere.
Yeah, so it's not just like, okay, you're snitching on Racine or nothing, anything like that. So what if those officers are making a pattern? It goes from one place to another. It only takes that one report that scars people. And people say, just like you said, why would anybody ever call and say something like that? Why would somebody be dishonest? We're going to believe them because that's not normally what people do. People do all kinds of stuff. People don't only shoot with a gun. People shoot with a pen and a paper and medical records and word of mouth. That's why it's something called defamation of character and slander. People literally get millions of dollars for suing people for that. I'm telling you, this is not a game.
So are you looking to sue, essentially?
Yes.
Okay, that is not something that I can help you with. That is something you'll have to go to the court and get. And you have to figure out that paperwork from there.
But also, that was unethical for you to even ask because it's not your jurisdiction.
Wait, I'm sorry, what?
I said, for you to ask me if I'm planning to sue Ascension, that is not your jurisdiction. So that was unethical for you to ask.
I work in the city of Racine.
So is that your job to ask people, are they planning to sue one another?
Yes, ma'am. I have to make sure that We know what you want us to do.
You didn't ask what about. That's something that you didn't do. That have you asked me what I plan to do.
Right, that's what I just said.
You didn't ask. You can't sue Ascension for me. I represent myself.
No, ma'am, I'm asking you what you want us to do, and if you're planning on suing, that's something that we cannot help you with. You have to do that on your own with the courthouse. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that whatever you had stated. I'm not saying that we can sue for you. I'm just asking you what you want us to do.
Make the report and put everything in there and let it be determined what is, because hold on, what's the statute of limitations on attempted murder and genocide and attempted genocide and all those things like that? When people sit up there, what does it mean?
It means a mass extinction of a large group of one majority of people.
And so, do you believe that a lot of people are having their labors induced? Do you believe that these people are using a large amount of people? I've been in a hospital before and seen them. Everybody in the hospital I had to go to a mental institute because a lawyer accepted a plea without my permission. And she said I was incompetent. So I had to go to a state mental facility. Was proven innocent later on down the line. But everybody in there was schizophrenic, taking the same medications. Everybody was, I know what it means, but I just asked you a question. I asked, is there a statute of limitations for those things?
Okay, ma'am. So what we're going to do for you is we're going to write your report up for you, and it'll be available for you to grab whenever you want, and then you can take that to the court, and you can use that to help with your case against suing against Ascension, okay?
I hope you don't think that this call, so you just going to accept it like, oh, this bitch is trying to make some money. We're not going to care about the call. We're just going to write this and give her a little report so she can sue somebody. Then you're going to have some.
That's what you asked us to do.
No, it's not.
You write a report, and I will write the report for you.
I did not ask you for a report for the course. No, I did not. Not for the suit, not for lawsuit.
Ma'am, I'm not saying that report is specifically for the court. I'm saying that it can help you get it can help you sue Ascension if that's what you want to do. I'm not saying that this is for court. I'm just saying it's something that you can use. It's another tool in your pocket.
I already know that, but it's more than that. These people have been abusive this whole time. They are not trying to work with me on anything. It's like kidnapping. And the reason why I'm telling you all these things, because I'm going through this. I'm facing long, hard jail time for stuff that I'm not even doing. These people are trying to say that I'm out of my mind, and they have to understand what is really happening. And everybody knows it. That's why they keep running the clock out. And then all of this power is going to be out of my hands. I'm supposed to be like, I've made reports about these schools, their falsification and their fraud with individualized education plan and special education, not wanting to give me the records and the transcripts that I request and all kinds of different things. Those are crimes. I have a right to those. Do you all handle civil liberties? Do you all handle civil rights? Do you all handle civil freedoms?
No, ma'am.
Okay, all these amendments. What about the 14th Amendment? What about, you know what I'm saying? It's all kinds of.
I don't write or make the laws. I just abide by them, and I arrest people when they break them. That's all I do.
But why?
I don't have any control over what happens after that.
You're not even just supposed to be arresting people. Some things can be a ticket. Some things can be a warning. You use your discretion. You're supposed to. Sometimes people don't even get arrested right away. It's an investigation. And then people get a warrant. You guys just take people right to jail. And that's just inappropriate. It's mass incarceration. You're not cutting me off.
And I do have other calls.
Okay, so what about, what about the First Amendment, the Fifth Amendment, the 14th Amendment, and the Fourth Amendment?
What about those amendments?
Do you all handle those amendments? The Constitution and other laws.
We abide by the Constitution, which is how we police.
And so,
our jobs.
Okay, and so when I'm describing different things to you and I'm using examples and I'm telling you about these things, you're supposed to take the report exactly how I take them. And also make sure you write that I mentioned the First Amendment, the Fifth Amendment, the 14th Amendment, and the Fourth. That's not all though. I'm not here to play with you all. Everything is always rushed, microwave, it's expedited, it's expressed, it's summarized. And this is why people are having a struggle and a hard time. I have to now call you all and document this stuff because I never was making a paper trail before. And it's looking like I'm the one that's causing the trouble. And that's why they're trying to say, oh, I'm out of my mind and I'm making this stuff up. No, these fact check. Okay? Because there's a long history of this stuff and they keep doing it. But you all sit there and charge me as a repeater and then tell me, well, Jasmine Renee Davis, you have a long line that you keep doing this. And I'm like, I never even had this situation before. This is a total different conversation. Just because I got charged with disorderly conduct this time and you all, that's a catch-all charge anyway. You cannot say that I did that same thing before, and especially if I'm being falsely accused. You have to look at every situation as a fresh situation, and you all violate many rights doing that. You violate civil liberties. You violate all kinds of stuff doing that. You cannot do that. You're supposed to investigate. If somebody says, okay, that I called and harassed them, I say, wait, I have the recording. Can you listen? No, I'm not listening to. I'm just about to take you to jail. I believe them because they're a business. I believe them because I work with them. I believe them because they're the ones that call, and you're the one with the criminal background. I'm taking you. But if I call first, you still don't do anything. But that's just a serious problem.
A lot of the investigation happens without other people noticing. So that's probably what's going on and why you're not seeing, why it seems like to you like we're just making rash decisions when most of the time we're not.
You cannot sit there and plan an attack on somebody and have somebody fighting them over the phone, calling them Jane Doe, provoking them to anger and all kinds of stuff. All through this. You're not supposed to do that. So that's what I'm saying. This is a serious problem here. How are you doing an investigation where you literally provoke people to anger on the phone and then you falsify it, and within 10 minutes you already have called to the district attorney and got approval for arrest and all this? This is what the state patrol did to me. This is what Pleasant Prairie Police did to me. AT&T stole money from me off my car, literally. Made burner phone accounts, 4 of them. And I didn't even sell me a phone because they found that they spent all my money on my car. So they used my money. I couldn't even use my money. This AT&T store in Mount Pleasant. I went to jail in January. They called the police and told the police to trust. I went to jail because they lied and said I was yelling at their customers and I wasn't. So what happened was I went to jail because the fucking police put handcuffs on me and made me get in that car, shit, because I wouldn't have went. But what I'm telling you, there
it is, right there. That's the reason.
What? What's
the reason why you went to jail? You were being aggressive and loud and disturbing the peace, and so they put you in handcuffs.
Who said that? Who told you that?
That's what you just told me that.
I did not tell you that.
You did. You said that you were at wherever you were at Mount Pleasant, you were yelling, or you said that they said you were yelling, and based on the conversation that me and you have had already today, I can see how that can be construed as yelling. Yes. So you were arrested and
your ass about to get sued. I'm making a report against you, officer. I'm gonna have to file a complaint against you, officer. Yeah.
Alright.
I'm making and so that might be what you've been looking for, a complaint to promote you so that you can steady do wild shit so you can get in the inside track and be one of them good old boys though, right? I'm pretty goddamn sure. Because I'm going to tell you something. One thing you're not going to do is disrespect me and lie on me and violate my rights. Because you could be citizen arrested as well. And I'm not about to play these games with you. First of all, I did not tell you that. And I did not have to answer any questions, but I did. Okay? I was not even in their store. I called 911 because I found out that they stole my money. They stole my money and kicked me out the store. It does, because it does not matter. And you all are not going to tell me the tone of my voice. You cannot do that. I have feelings. I'm not on drugs and I'm not goddamn dead.
No one said that you were on drugs. No one.
No, but you all want somebody to be weak and and so you all can railroad people and do mass incarceration and have a good old time.
If you can't hear my voice over the sound of your voice, you're yelling, regardless of how loud you talk or who you are as a person. If you cannot hear my voice over your own voice, you're yelling.
What is yelling? Is yelling a crime?
Need us to do today.
Is yelling a crime? Is yelling a crime?
Yes, it is. If you are disturbing the peace, I've already.
Ain't no peace. So what about concerts? Huh? What about
concert is not disturbing the peace. It's a pre-planned program that's already done. That's already happening. The city knows what's going on.
Oh, but how come you can't ask somebody what they're doing? You don't just accuse. Okay, what about somebody playing in the park?
If you're in your car and you're fine, as long as people can't hear you outside of your car.
No. I said playing. Now that's another lie. I said playing that's another dishonesty. I said playing in the park. Somebody playing in the park.
In the park. I'm sorry, it's not a dishonesty. It's a misunderstanding. I thought you
No.
said car.
No. I said
no one's trying to lie on you. I promise.
No. What I'm saying to you is
playing in the park. It is a public space known for kids to be loud and play in. So no, if someone calls because our kids are playing in the park, we're not going to do anything because that's a public space meant for them to be in.
no. Okay, but that's discrimination. And not only that, you cannot. No, ain't no only children. I didn't say, well, what if someone is active in the park doing anything? Okay, so just like, okay, you might have an ordinance that after a specific amount of time, people can't really be, but people can go, people are, okay, what about somebody that is practicing for something and they're supposed to try to sing opera or vocalize? You can't just say somebody don't like it. They can't just call the police and say it's disturbing peace. What peace is that? They're the only ones who have peace. What if that is my peace, officer? What if my peace is being able to speak in my own language and do the things that I want to do? What about my peace? Ain't no peace. I'm not looking for peace because some people might believe that peace means dead. Okay? But what I'm saying to you is this is my voice. And I have to constantly figure out a way to talk to make sure I stay out of jail. You all are harming me. This is who I am.
And your voice has changed in fluctuation.
Of course. And I'm going to tell you something. Have you spoken the same? Oh, you've been yelling too though, right?
No, ma'am, I have not. I've been talking in the same.
Oh, well, good for you because you have not. Because you have not. But you have not. But that's you. And I'm me. And that's why I'm not your sister. I'm not a child of God. I'm not any of that perfect shit. I am not perfect. And I'm not perfect. And make sure you put that. And make sure you put that I can heal. And you all are steady trying to stop somebody from healing themselves. And you can't do that. Are you hearing me?
Did you hear me?
For what? What's the problem?
I'm going to write up this report for you under that complaint number so you'll have it available whenever.
When is it going to be available? Because I want to read this. I want to read what you about to write. Because you bogus for what you said. And make sure you write that I am. When is that complaint going to be available for the public?
What's that?
When is that complaint going to be available for the public?
Probably at some point tomorrow morning.
And also, again, I am going to have to file a complaint against you because it's no way that you just accuse me of many things. I did
not accuse you of anything, actually.
You said I was yelling at you, and that's not a crime. And you cannot dictate my voice. You have also showed the mass discrimination. Yes, you did. You told me that based on the way I'm talking to you. And then, you know what? I was the one that filed a complaint against them, and I went to jail at AT&T. You don't understand. You all get away with, nothing. It's not okay. Oh, so give somebody your debit card where you go and make a phone call. Go try to get a phone so you can make a phone call for a CHIPS case, a court ordered case.
I'm not going to yell at those people.
I didn't yell at them, but I didn't even yell at them. I was so in tears. I was talking so soft because I was trying.
To them, I would have called as well.
But, and I wasn't. Because you know what? This is a whole new damn conversation. But you go right on your way, sir. Because I'm going to tell you something. Chappelle, whatever, you're on some bullshit. And I mean that. I promise you, you're discriminating, and you sit up there, you believe that people can diagnose you. You cannot put your beliefs off on other people. You are a dangerous type of police officer. I'm going to tell you that right now, just from the conversation that I'm having with you. You are an unruly police officer. You put your set of beliefs and your standards. Not everybody have protection. Not everybody have all that. You don't care if you get fired from your job if somebody call you mentally ill. You might want to be mentally ill. You looking for somebody to validate you, but I'm not. You letting people break the law on you. I'm not. That's the difference. And you're not going to sit up here and have your prejudice, and you sit up here with your prejudice for yourself, and you use that as elevation for you and motivation for your peers to say that you're going to continue to do what they're doing so that you can remain in a clique. But I'm not with that. Tell the truth. I'm Jasmine Renee Davis, and I'm serious. I can speak with affirmation, and I mean that.
Okay, Miss Davis, I will let
No, I'm not. I am not about to commit a motherfucking crime. I told that man. It don't matter no level of respect that these people claim that they have to have for me. I said absolutely not. I have nothing else that was going to, I would be getting myself in trouble. Because somebody listening that's writing these motherfucking notes in a perfect motherfucking font right now with a $1,000 motherfucking ink pen. Believe that. Goddamn 14 karat motherfucking 18, 24 karat gold. The fuck you mean? But where's the full goddamn gold? 100%. I'm out here. This is notice. This is a video that is worth keeping, sharing, and using as evidence. Keep this video, I promise you, because I just sit here and walk the walk and talk the talk all through this motherfucker. They are making it, and nobody is going to sit here and see the outrage and knowing these people carry around whatever they carry around. And even why I use the situation about them coming to work in their swim trunks. Nobody is just going to accept that. And not everybody is going to give you a fresh outfit to wear to still. Some people tell you, you know what? You take your ass right to that beach or wherever you're trying to go. But you're not going to do that here. And just as still, they're going to tell me the way that I use my language, the things that I say, because. And I did not want to say them words like that so they can say, see, she did say, but I'm going to say, I'm not going to allow them people to instill fear in me. And indoctrinate all kinds of messed up things and mess up my hair. They believe in things in the worst way. And they sit there and they contradict themselves all the time, fully and completely most of the time. I don't appreciate it, but I'm here. I have some other stuff I have to do. I have some emails. Oh, matter of fact, somebody called me. I'm Jasmine Renee Davis. Returning a call here. Hi. Hi. Who are you? Hello?
Hi.
You said.
Hi, this is Kate Alot from the Client Rights Office.
Okay. What client rights office exactly are you calling from?
So our office works with the Department of Health Services in Wisconsin. Our office is located in Madison.
Okay. Okay, hi. Okay, I'm interested in this call. So now what all things can you handle in your office? Also, I just want to make sure I just get a fresh piece of paper right here to write my notes on.
Sure. You just let me know whenever you're ready.
I can talk now. I have it.
Okay. Perfect. So what our office does is it provides help for people that have questions about the patient rights grievance process. And patient rights are identified in Statute 5161. And also the grievance procedure itself is in the Wisconsin Administrative Code 94. And so that statute and that administrative code go over like what patient rights exist and then the process to file a grievance. So the goal of our office is to help people with the grievance procedure, just understand it, answer any questions you might have, provide direction at, like where you would file a grievance or how you might do that. And then also, myself and my partner, Catherine, we're called state grievance examiners, which means that we help people with grievances that are filed outside of state facilities. So this is related to somebody who might be receiving like therapy in an office, in their neighborhood or whatever. It's not necessarily people that are inside a facility like Winnebago Mental Health or Mendota Mental Health. However, we do have people in our office that do assist with like Mendota and Winnebago grievances if they get to a level 3 appeal. So any grievances that are filed at a facility level, they're first filed with the facility client rights staff. And then they can be appealed from there if you disagree with those findings.
Sure. Can you tell me the spelling of your name and how to pronounce your name?
Oh, sure. My first name is Kay. It's Kay. And my last name is Balat. It's B as in boy, ELOT.
Okay. Now, I have some...
Do you want my partner Catherine's name too?
She can tell me, or you can. That's fine. However you all do it, but she can tell me her own name, or when I talk to her, that's fine.
Sure.
I'm Jasmine Renee Davis. So if you for your notes, and so you can write in your reports, JASMINE space RENEE space DAVIS, and I appreciate you calling me. And so one thing is what I'm noticing. You said like you all can handle stuff once it gets to a level 3, right?
Mm-hmm.
But these agencies are keeping me at level 1.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they keep repeating the same thing over and over. And they're like kind of running the time out on the clock. Even when I was at Mendota Mental Health Institute, I was already at level 1. They weren't taking it in. They were doing more convincing me of not, or I was trying to call, and it was just a serious incident. Also with behavioral consultants and Wisconsin Forensic Unit is an emergency. It's an urgent matter for both of them. Okay. They are refusing to take the report at all. They keep, ignoring my calls, emails. They even went as far as making false competency evaluation reports, calling me schizophrenic and saying that they based that off of Mendota. So this is a full-fledged report that is causing backlash and a constant, I don't know what, but what it's doing is preventing me from ever showing my growth, my healing, and being who I am initially. All of this is stemming from all behaviors that I did not do, but they're calling it, and what they're doing is trying to drive me and medicate me. And these medications actually are going to cause some of the same things. Like, when I was there, they said, Abilify. It says Abilify will make people behave the way that they say schizophrenic is. I was not even doing anything wrong. I was minding my own business there when I was at Mendota Mental Health Institute, actually. And the thing is, it would be things like, it would be a fire alarm going off. They not even say anything to anybody. And I come out the room like, it's a fire alarm going off. Is anybody going to say, and everybody was still in their rooms. Nobody was paying attention to a fire alarm. It was crazy. I mean, it was just, I don't know what they were doing, but that just didn't seem right. Even if it was a drill, wouldn't you say this is a fire drill?
Mm-hmm. I would think so. I would think that, but they want to communicate that with people.
They didn't. And so I get up and I'm like, okay. And then like it was the day after this happened or later that day, this is when they came and tried to diagnose me. It was a few things that happened that day. One was during the night, I would get up every night, use the lavatory once or twice a night. I would drink a couple cups of water, all that. They told me that they're going to medicate me and give me some kind of medication. I don't know what it's called, but it's a medication that they give people to basically sit them down. Like it numbs them, calms them. It completely sets them at some kind of ease. Okay. I said, why are you, it's a nurse, I don't know her name, she's a black woman or whatever. I don't know how she identifies. But she says, oh, it's not normal she told me that it was not normal for me to get up in the middle of the night. I must be sick, something must be wrong with me. These people, I'm literally hydrating throughout the day, just taking care of my life, on this plant-based type of food schedule, or whatever. So I'm having bowel movements regularly, just using, come on now, everyone is different. I have my own body. Just like, you know what I'm saying? But then, so she says, oh, I'm going to give you some. I said, I'm not even prescribed no medication. Matter of fact, I was not sentenced to medication. And she says, oh, that's right. She calls back and say, you know what? You're not. Because I thought she was I assumed that she was about to force me on medication because that's what she was saying. The next day, they were writing reports. And it was said like these people, these care team, they hadn't met with me yet, but they were meeting without me. And they were making choices. They were saying stuff like I was having no contact with anybody on the outside, but I was calling someone that I knew every day, even if it was my mom. But they were saying that nobody in my family or nobody in the community was calling. They said that I refused to give them any names, and that is not true. That my mom even was calling there. Then they were like telling me that my mom couldn't call there after a while, but I had to use my specific calls. But then they had told me when I first came that I can only make a call during the AM and the PM, but if someone calls, they can call as much as they want. But they had then tried to limit my calls. It was terrible. But when I started questioning them about their actions and how they handle their things, their processes, and they just wanted to just write everything without me participating in my care. Then they tried to say they're about to try to put me on Abilify and say that I was schizophrenic. They sit there and try to make me wear a diaper because they said that I was hemorrhaging because my age, or for me, the woman said I'm my age and that's not normal even for me, about my bleeding, menstruating. So they literally forced me to stay in the room. They said that I was being inhumane because I had blood on my pants, but they refused to give me a new change of pants because I had blood. They wouldn't give me towels. They wouldn't give me the appropriate things. And I had soon as I put on a pair of pants, there was another fire drill. I couldn't even secure myself or anything, so I had got blood on my pants. I had to run right soon as they brought me the pair of pants. Okay. And so I'm literally bleeding, and then I had a phone call. Couldn't even get my phone call because they refused to bring me the pair of pants. So then eventually I put a shirt. I was wearing a small, so I put a shirt, the neck of the shirt went around my waist. And then I tied it, and this woman said, "What are you doing? What is this that you're doing? Some fashion?" You know what I'm saying? She tried to I don't know what she was up to. And I said, "Look, this is," and she said, no. And so then another woman, a nurse, she was Asian or something, she tells me that she calls the shots. They were just really abusive toward me about my menstruation. I ordered 3 boxes of tampons and they took them off of my order. I didn't even get my tampons at the time. That was another problem. The little bitty tiny tampons they gave me, they're going to try to tell me to wear a diaper, and they didn't want me to. They were upset because I didn't want to wear a feminine napkin, like a maxi pad. I told them I make a choice how I take care of myself. And you all are a hospital. Even if I just use towels or whatever, you cannot force me to use this sort of thing in my body or on my body. I do not want to walk around like this. And that's not, and so they try to keep me I didn't wear a diaper, but they were trying to tell me to wear a diaper and stay in the room. And they said, as long as I had blood on my pants, I could not come out the room. And they were not giving me another pants. And this was in the afternoon time. So I would have had to literally stay in that room, not go to the bed. So I couldn't even go to the bathroom. And I believe that's why they offered me a diaper. Because they said they were not giving me any more pants. And that I would have to, couldn't come out. And I refuse it. I find that is very abusive. Maybe you all find it's a different thing, but it's not like this is just the way that I assume things. This literally just happened. They told me I was inhumane for menstruating. And you know what? It's really hard for me I'm a black woman. So me as a black woman, they already tried to destroy my womb. The medication that they were trying to give me, the diagnosis is already attacked. That leads to Alzheimer's, and which is another attack on black lives. And that's why I call it attempts at genocide. But it literally takes away from the menstrual cycle. It would stop my menstrual cycle and all this. So they were like, I don't know what they were doing. But I found like they were trying to condition my mind to tell me that it was not normal for me to just be 37 years of age and menstruating. Because they in their 30s or 40s and they're not menstruating. I'm menstruating healthy and I could be menstruating more than what I'm menstruating. You know what I'm saying? Like, why?
Yeah, everyone's an individual. Yeah.
But they're telling me that because they said, oh, you're just hemorrhaging. That is too much blood. It was so awful. It was terrible. It was awful to the point where it was just like, you know what? I'm going to just continue to wear these same pants. And, you know, while I'm in here, I'm going to just put these on when I go out. And they didn't want to give me towels. It was cold a lot of times in those rooms. It was just, they didn't even want me I got locked in my room one time and they took the books from me because I went and got water. And then I questioned them where my book was. Then it was times where I would stand up and walk somewhere and their employees would take the seat that I was sitting in. They were constantly doing stuff to make me angry. And I was not, and then they would write reports saying like, when I'm talking, they'll give me like 2 minutes to talk about things. Everybody's hurrying. They literally were abusing people mentally by giving everybody in there. First of all, only 2 bathrooms were open for like 20 something people. Okay, it's chaos. Then at the top of some of the hours, not including at night, where those third shift workers didn't even want people coming out of the hospital rooms. And when I did, they were trying to medicate me so that I can not get up in the middle of the night. That shit, whatever y'all got going on behind them scenes during the night, whatever the fuck y'all moving through there, that don't have anything to do with me. And I'm saying this specifically because I want you to know how serious this is to me. I'm not, abusing you, but I'm just letting you know something is not right where you tell somebody that they cannot get up and literally I'm holding my urine into the next day because I don't want them to try to like put me on medication and I'm reading all what this medication can do. It says that the medication was stiffen my body. But they had people literally competing for phones. They say legal calls are unlimited, but then you schedule 10, 15 minutes for a call and then somebody else's time. So they say, oh, you got to cut your time short. Everything, it was not appropriate. And then I was supposed to go there to learn about the law. The law books were outdated. Okay. But how you pronounce your last name? Balat. The law books were outdated. And then people had to compete for those 1 hour a day, once a week for 1 hour. But there was other people who were still able to sit out there with those law books, even after the time. It was probably from like 6 p.m. to 7 p.m. Make it make sense. They didn't even want me to meet with this man and they said that I was reading. So they started taking my books from me. They took the thesaurus from me and all that stuff from me. They even stole my dictionary from me that I had somewhere between Kenosha County Jail and Mendota Mental Health Institute. They didn't even give me I kept requesting my paperwork. They didn't, but they told me that I couldn't have the commissary up there or whatever. But they brought the commissary from Kenosha County Jail, but they did not bring me all my paperwork. So I was one to file. I was there for over a month. I did not get my envelope at Mendota. I didn't get my envelopes. I didn't get my letter. I didn't get my legal stuff. I didn't get any of my stuff the whole time. Then they tried to tell me, oh, your stuff might have been water damaged. I said, oh, no, it wasn't, because you would have said that stuff happened before I got there. So they were pulling a bunch of tricks on me, trying to mess up my head. And I'm requesting, constantly writing it. They were throwing away my request forms. I just got so much of this, I'm just saying out there. It's, you know what I'm saying? People say, oh, it's unorganized. No, this is literally how it's happening. And for me, I have to hurry up and say this out of my mouth. And because why do I have to keep reliving the same day over and over again? You know what I'm saying? I want to move forward. And I should have been able to go to Mendota and be out of Mendota. I shouldn't even have to talk to you. I shouldn't have to make these reports. But I'm having to. Their false reports has caused me to be at risk of going back through that same jail process and going back to Mendota. They're recycling me and constantly. And what if this time the judge forces me on medication and I don't make it out? I don't do drugs. You guys have it in your records. I don't even eat animal products. I eat clean. If they want to call it kosher or whatever the situation is that they call it in jail, none of those artificial ingredients or anything. I do not want them people to take my womb from me and steal my body away from me and diminish me. And their reports constantly, they were provoking me to anger constantly. You know, even at the times where they would call for a snack or they were bringing rotten apples. My food was not right. They were having like some kind of green spray on the same cart. I mean, it was just a mess. Like, they were trying to force me to drink stuff like when I didn't want the soy milk. It was a woman that was fighting me. This one black woman who was serving the food, I had to let her know. She walked up into that room and tried to like say something to me. I said, you know what? I'm not the one. You know, because I told her, I said, you're not going to abuse me. She was trying so hard. It was to the point where it was like, tell us everything. And she was like trying to she wasn't giving me, like if I asked them for some salt, they didn't even want to give me salt. They would play game. Oh, I can give you sugar, but I can't give you salt. And it's just like, y'all give me salt at dinner, or what y'all call dinner or lunch. So if I'm putting on my food now, then what's the problem? You know what I'm saying? And they found that because they were giving it to me at first, but then when they found that I wanted it, that it might be beneficial, it seemed like then they didn't want to give it to me. Okay. But they were not even replacing the rotten fruit that they were giving me. They don't even give enough food there. I was hungry so many days, trying to wait, like starving till the next meal came. And then they write these reports about, they call it an Easter meal, right? This is one thing that is serious. So they called it an Easter holiday meal. So I wrote them and I said, no, I pressed the button. I had to write about it, but they wrote a report about it. And I said, oh, I don't believe in Easter. I'm not a religious person. Is there a different meal that you can give me? Because I don't want to have a holiday meal with you all. And you have to understand, you know, that to the Department of Health Service, I know that's where you work, but I am really serious about this. And just because they believe that I'm not serious about my life and they find it as a joke or find me as a criminal, they were not taking me serious at all. And so it's causing problems as if I was pretending to be serious in my life. They're saying like, I'm pretending to be a serious person. That is so like, I don't even know. So they wrote it like, I'm not really a serious person, but I was pretending to be a serious person. So they gave me a mental illness because this can possibly be Jasmine Renee Davis. Jasmine Renee Davis, they're trying to say like that I am trying to be something that I'm not, and that's a mental illness. And I'm like, what the heck is this? Because they would say things like, They diagnosed me because they couldn't understand what I was saying. It was never that I could not understand what they were saying. They said that they could not understand me. So they were discriminating against me, giving me all kind of problems, and literally making some kind of, I don't know, just say discrimination against me. And discrimination is a broad term, but they were. They had a severe bias, and they attacked me of my own beliefs. And they made reports and diagnosed me with schizophrenic along the lines of me telling them, I do not want to participate in an Easter meal with you all. I don't know what you mean by that. Is it going to cause a sort of problem with me? What part of this is the Easter meal? What is this and that? Can you give me a different meal? Can you write it? They told me that I was being like ridiculous in the notes and all that. And they told me like I was basically harassing them about it. Yes. And it was just like, you can read the notes in the medical records. And so now I have this case
where... Did you file a level 1 or stage 1 grievance with the client rights people at Mendota?
Yeah, and so even then, like, they just kept it at a level 1. I kept trying to call and get more information. And then, like, the day before I was about to leave, like, even the day that I left, I hurried up and wrote a letter and dropped it in that box about the complaint. But they tried to, like, tell me, to leave all my paperwork for all my notes there with them. Why would I do that? No, I won't have any proof. Why can't y'all make copies of this? You know what I'm saying? Why would I leave you with everything? That didn't seem right to me. But that was right before I was getting ready to leave and go to court, like a day or two before I was leaving. And then it takes probably like how many days to get my stuff back. And I would have had to pay for the copies and everything. But they kept keeping me at this level 1. I kept trying to call these people. The woman was saying she was going to come and meet with me. She didn't show up every time to meet with me.
The client rights person.
Yes.
With you?
Yes. And she talked to me talking about I'm their peer. The social workers were dishonest. They never wanted to talk to me. And then they would always hassle me coming out of the bathroom, or they would always, wake me up out of my sleep and then like, you know what I'm saying, just burst into the room or tell me to, it would be something where it was never planned. And then they would hurry me through it. And then I would have questions. They wouldn't want to talk to me. One of the social workers was trying to force me to call some man that told me not to even call him. He would call me. I told her, she's steady trying to have me to do business with Kenosha Human Development Services. I said, I want to know about options in Madison. I already know about Kenosha. I don't want to do business with Kenosha like this. What about somewhere else? She didn't want to, she wanted me to give her the inside track and tell her about agencies in Kenosha. And I found that was very unprofessional. This woman is supposed to listen to where I plan to go. You know what I'm saying? Tell me about what's happening, the things and resources in Madison. Tell me about other resources and things. But she went behind my back and got records from Kenosha Human Development Services without my signature, without my consent, without even telling me. That was illegal. And Kenosha Human Development Services gave her that without a problem. And they used those stuff I told Kenosha Human Development Services, I want nothing to do with them. I said, did you see that email I wrote them over a year ago? Said I don't want anything to do with them because they're dishonest. And so these people have been making all these false reports, but they were steady keeping me at a level 1. They never escalated to the level 2 or to the level 3 where things can really start happening. They keep it, like it's been resolved. That's what these businesses keep doing. Department of Children and Family do the same thing. Division of Children and Families, they keep and repeating, you got to start at level 1. I've already been at level 1. But then they say they get away with it because they got all these people saying that I'm mentally ill. I'm not, and it's a lawsuit. Right now, behavioral consultants are saying that they want me to be medicated on drugs and that I cannot work. They don't want to give me outpatient because I did not want to work with them in the jail-based program. I was literally writing them, pleading with them. They did not teach me. They didn't give me any education at all. They were being dishonest about the reports. The whole thing was illegal anyway.
Was that like a competency evaluation that they wrote?
Yes, and it was 3 of them that were totally illegal. It wasn't even true. They were falsifying it. And then even with Mendota, they falsified the competency evaluation. It was just an awful situation. And they base it off of each other's too. So it gets more and more worse every time. It never gets better. You know what I'm saying? One person is make a false comment and they build on that and never listen to me at all. They don't hear me. How could these people make a diagnosis on somebody that they don't even know in less than 1 hour? And they don't let me speak that long. They interrupt me. Everything is about them talking. So, you know, whether or not I know what mean or whatever, but I'm just telling you, like, I have to make these reports and I need them to, I'm way past level 1 now. This is getting to be an abusive sort of situation where they are making their reports and now calling me schizophrenic and all kinds of stuff. Not hearing me, not listening to what I'm saying, falsifying their medical records. It's all kind of mess out there about me. I don't even know what all they have out there. That's how bad it is. And then they're not letting me do the rights that I can do. Why do I have to keep going to jail over stuff that I'm not, these crimes I'm not even committing though? People are being dishonest. And I find that it's like they're trying to commit some kind of fatality. And they're using me, and they're using me to constantly corrupt the system. And so I don't know. Please, I'm asking you. Like, this is very serious. I want to live my life. And it's to cause, I believe it's like a design to drive me out of my mind. You know what I'm saying? I have to rationalize this situation and make sense of it every day. And they talk about, oh, if I'm crying, I'm not controlling myself. But why you want to put me on medicine? I can cry. You don't know what I'm crying. What's wrong with crying? I'm human. Right. These people are saying that I'm mentally ill because I cry or they see tears coming out of my eyes. That's abuse. What would you do if somebody told you that you might have 30 days left of your life? You know what I'm saying? Would you cry or would you know what I'm saying? Not everybody cares, but I care. Like, that's just as well if somebody died or somebody was dying or somebody was going through anything, even a happy thing. Crying might happen. I cry about all kinds of stuff. This is just who I am. I have liquid in my body, and that is not a mental illness. But just so happened I made a mistake or whatever, getting on public. I'm not on public aid. I don't get food stamps anymore, medical, none of that stuff. So I'm not, that's one good thing that I'm so proud of. But
yeah, that's a lot.
That is. It's very serious. And so,
absolutely.
What did you say?
I just said that is a lot to be proud of, for sure. That's not easy to get off a system.
My goodness, and these people constantly control me and hunt me and do all these different things to me in my life, and I cannot allow it constantly, you know, over and over again. Like, I have to continue to be who I am and speak for myself and continue to develop my own life and do the things that I'm supposed to do for me. But they are constantly having this control and they're constantly making these records, and I'm constantly having to deal with their systems and all of that. Like, they're publicly all have a right to rationale for me. I'm not even religious. Like, I don't have a religion or none of that. I believe in myself. That's another thing. So they're constantly trying to force me into their beliefs, and that is illegal. I cannot accept this. And they're not hearing me. It's like they're like trying to silence me, tell me, like, if I raise my voice or something like that, it's a crime. Like, do you understand that I'm fighting for my life and y'all been doing this for a while now? And telling me, like, I can't even have the right to heal? From a whole year, you telling me that I couldn't heal for a year, and I'm not on your medication. I'm not even, you know what I'm saying? Why not? Why can't I heal? If I go to jail for something, why are you still making me pay for that next time? If I've already I served my time, I should have a fresh start right now. And they're constantly abusing me. And then they're saying, like, it's just free jail time. I don't appreciate it.
Right.
They're forcing me into jail. And without a release date, without a bond, and also trying to medicate me and criminalizing me because they say that I don't know. But one thing that this Wisconsin Forensic Unit did. His name is Sergio Sanchez. He said that I did have knowledge. So but he still said I was incompetent, and he tried to still say he's going to want to send me to jail. But in his report, it said that I had a fair, accurate understanding of the law. So he told me that's all he had to do. But he's using this to abuse me, now to put some mental illness out here. It's a crime that they're using the county jails for that sort of thing. And also his report says so that, I stay in jail longer, because if I go through these jail-based programs or the outpatient, then they can say, well, you know what, let's expedite this so Jasmine Renee Davis wouldn't have to be in jail. She could just go straight to Mendota or something like that. It's people that have been in Mendota way longer than 1 month. White people or whoever, they're in there a while. Not only white people, I'm not hating on whoever, but I'm telling you, it is abusive and they're discriminating. Okay, and then he said that the reason why Mendota didn't ask for an order, he was being dishonest to the judge. He said, and also it's putting Mendota in trouble because Mendota would be violating the orders of the judge. So he's messing around with everybody, not caring. This man, his report was just, it was wrong anyway. So his report needs to be thrown out because he falsified. Doc said that I had 2 brothers and I don't. I never said that to him. But for him to say that Mendota Mental Health Institute, because it was only such a little bit of time left, that's why they didn't demand an order to force me to take medication. Them people, and anybody know, if they found that I was that unstable, they would have requested that medication. That judge said that and they told me, they were talking to me, and you know what? They weren't always all the time mean. It was just their reports. That's what was the most horrible part, what they were saying behind my back. They said I was not a danger to myself and that I was not a danger to others. Right there would show you that man, Sergio Sanchez, was being dishonest in his reports. And for him to constantly, and I can do nothing about it. My summer is coming. I want to do things court order for my son. I want to see my son. I want to do the things that I want to live my life. I'm just now learning about the importance of the sun and being natural and living my life. And I cannot allow that to be stolen from me. I get hungry out here sometimes. It's a food desert. I'm learning how to eat. I'm learning new things about my own life. You know what I'm saying? How to think for myself. What puberty really means. Like, I am a woman that I have my own feelings. Okay? I am my own person. I'm involved with my own sex, with my own life. But I do not have a partner in any of that. So I take care of my own self. And these people are playing around with my life, and I do not appreciate it. And they don't want to take my reports. I even have attached to district attorneys, different places, and they're ignoring me because they're committing crimes. So I'm not going to let them just not accept it. Somebody's going to have to hold account for this. I have to have a paper trail. I have been called Jane Doe and all kinds of stuff, and I have gotten in trouble, and I was upset about it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I have a right to be upset. You don't call me Jane Doe, and I'm trying to make a report against this officer saying that he gave me a card, and I have a recording of him putting the card back into his wallet. I'm gonna file a complaint. You're trying to mess with my mind. They're trying to make it seem like and show the whole world that I'm out of my mind. No, I'm catching on to this, but I do not have to remember your every move. I don't have to remember anything though. And that's what people pay money to forget things sometimes. Who wants to carry around a lot of baggage? Some people want a fresh start. These people have hijacked my life. And I do not appreciate it. They're literally they're kidnapping me, and it's very, very hard. People come on my live videos and talk about me and say, when I'm addressing these issues, and I'm putting out here for the public to hear, because someone has to know that this is a serious matter, and it's mass incarceration. It's the school to prison pipeline, all that. Them people were not teaching me the law. They wrote down. I've been talking to you on this phone for 35 minutes. So why couldn't I hear them tell me the basic things? They said that I was severely or lacking. Like I don't even have the mental capacity to even hear them tell me about the law or read any books or anything for them to even teach me. So they're not even going to come and see me anymore. That's what behavioral consultants did. They said all they're going to do is just come and see me like once a month just to check on me and just say hi to me, but try to like have the jail to make reports about me. They were not going to come and do any activity with me. These people are stealing from the state of Wisconsin. They're causing people to be mentally ill, and they're ruining people's lives. And so at your capacity, at your job, I know that you can handle this because it is from an outside source. But Mendota Mental Health Institute has contributed to this. But behavioral consultants had contributed to Mendota Mental Health. And this whole thing about the courts. I had a competency evaluation in 2020, and they said that I was competent, but they also made some false allegations on me. But they just have, and they're really pushing hard to get me on some medications. Why would you put me on a medication that can do all kind of stuff and lock me in a cage? That is a crime. And I'm not even proven guilty or anything. Anybody can see that's a crime. Why would you?
Do you have an attorney that you're working with?
No. And when I had one, they ain't help. Why you ask me that though?
Oh, just if you were in court, if you had anybody helping, to represent you. Nothing like that. Okay.
I take care of myself. I represent myself.
Okay.
But
have you ever worked with an advocacy agency? Are you familiar with like Disability Rights Wisconsin or any of those other advocacy agencies?
No, but the problem is I can tell you, I do not want people to begin the conversation and leave me out of it, because what happened is they would be the ones speaking for me all the time. And so a lot of people won't talk to me if someone else is coming with the paperwork, and because it's a liability. Okay. Yeah, so I don't ever want it to be that I can't have the conversation. They say, well, I know it's about you, but you allow them people to talk to you, so I can't talk to you anymore. I just don't want that. I don't think that is the wisest choice for me.
Okay. I appreciate that. That makes sense. Okay.
So
yeah,
please.
I was trying to think of like different, different resources that might be helpful. Obviously you're well spoken. I mean, I can, follow everything that you're saying. It makes sense to me. I hear what you're saying, that you take care of yourself and you don't appreciate other people coming in and trying to tell you what you need to do, especially if it's not true. So where do you stand right now? So your competency evaluations through behavioral health consultants, are those done or they're in process?
No, they had them and they're refusing. Deborah Collins is refusing to even talk to me. She keeps, I'm gonna call you back. She's getting, even the email, she's getting out of filing the complaint. Mara Collins, all those people are saying that I'm calling them now. They're being dishonest, saying I'm harassing her. Deborah Collins, she said that she owns Wisconsin Forensic Unit Behavioral Consultants. She called me the day of the competency evaluation, trying to do something like, she claimed she didn't know I had a competency evaluation that day, and that she was not going to tell that doctor, that evaluator, psychologist, that she talked to me. But she did, and it affected my competency evaluation.
Did the evaluation say that you were competent or not competent?
It said that I was incompetent. But how? And he wrote in the evaluation that I have the recording of the evaluation where he was literally asking me some of the questions, and I was not doing any. He used other statements that had nothing to do with me, other people's false statements. And so what I'm saying is, where I stand is, I'm going to make this report and I'm going to handle it step by step on my own. But I need you all to make the reports and send me my information so I can push these through. If you can give it to an attorney, however you would treat an attorney in this situation, then that's what you need to do for me. And plus give me more information, because I'm coming on my own.
Mm-hmm. Well, again, what we do is we provide advice or, support to listen to the situation and then give you information what the next steps are. So there's different things that are involved, right? So behavioral health consultants is one issue. Mendota mental health is another issue. You had mentioned in your one email that you had some issues with Kenosha Jail. So that's a separate, separate resource or separate provider, so could we call them. So the ones that I find out next steps. Was Wisconsin Forensic Unit, was that involved what was their role in all of this?
That's the same company. And they were falsifying the jail-based competency. Their notes had made it so that I could not go to the mental health hospital sooner, that I literally had to stay in jail or go to jail instead of going outpatient, and that they didn't have to teach me the law. So they were literally disempowering me, like taking away all of the enrichment through the curriculum that they were supposed to teach me. They made their report so that they can get away with me not getting the education.
Okay. And you said you had 1 month at Mendota and other people have longer.
Yeah, and I spoke to a woman right there at the Department of Health Services, and she told me that depending on what they write can expedite the process to go to the mental health hospital sooner. And so them people made it seem like I was abusive toward them, like I was just out of control. That is not who I am. But I'm going to tell you something. I may get upset sometime now over the phone because they're literally fighting me and trying to take advantage of my life. And I don't appreciate that. I'm not going to sit here but it's still my right if I raise my voice or whatever. But these people know that they are trying to constantly provoke me to anger. They're making false reports. They're being dishonest. They're not showing up. They're not doing what they're supposed to do. And so when I was at Mendota Mental Health Institute, they told me that the client's rights there were the ones who make the report too.
Yep. Yeah. So there's different levels, and I know that was one of your questions in your email was, could I send you the different levels of patient rights complaints? And I will totally do that. So after our conversation today, I'll send you an email that explains those different levels so you have that information. But for any concern that took place at Mendota, so things that happened within your time that you were at Mendota that you feel were a violation of your rights, those complaints would get filed directly with the client rights people at Mendota. They'll send you a decision letter, and in that decision letter, it will say, if you disagree with this, here's what you do to appeal. And so then there's a level 2, and the level 2 appeals are done by administration at Mendota. And then they'll send you a letter saying, here's what we found in our investigation. And then if you disagree with that one, you can appeal to a level 3. Level 3 is where my office gets involved. And with Mendota, that would not be myself or Catherine. We have another colleague named Dorothy. And Dorothy is usually the one that does level 3 appeals from Mendota. There's also another person named Amy that sometimes does those as well. So any complaint about Mendota, services that you received at Mendota or things that, you felt weren't right, like you said, they didn't give you clean clothes or they wouldn't allow you to use the bathroom. Any of those types of core patient rights things that happen at Mendota, that would go through that level 1 client rights person at Mendota. And they have 2 of them there. One is named Jim and the other one is named Krista. Did you ever get any decision letters from Jim or Krista?
Jim, I barely was talking to Jim. Jim was, like I said, they kept it at the level 1 and they kind of ignored me after a while. Like, she's probably just upset right now. Let's just let it kind of calm down and, things like that. That's how they kept treating me. Like, because they see how polite I generally am. And, they want to wash it all away or, count it off as, she's just upset right now. I'm not playing.
Yeah. No, I can hear. And when you talk about raising your voice, I don't hear anger in your voice. I hear passion or belief in yourself and belief in what you're saying. So I'm not hearing anger at all. When you raise your voice, I just hear that you're very passionate about what you're saying, and rightfully so. You're absolutely right. It is your life.
I watched this video yesterday on social media, and I'm not going to put the full extent out there. But it's just me, making sure somebody really understand where I'm coming from. It's me trying to search for a way to get through to you. You know what I'm saying? And I cry and I do anything that I can do, but my intentions are never abuse or violence. But this woman says, she's a white woman, talk about black people black people, want to go to war and this and that, but they don't know how to do anything right. they commercialize everything. And a lot of times black people, like these people trying to put me off into a stereotype. I don't appreciate that. But she's saying, what makes you all think that you're going to win in a war where you all, you don't even do anything right. You don't have access to anything. Basically saying that black people don't even have proper education. So why do you believe that you're going to ever win at anything?
That's terrible.
And the thing about it is, she made some other points that I find inappropriate to even say on this call, at this professional level, because it can turn against me, and because whatever, because I've made lesser comments or whatever, and people would take that and draw off of that. But I said the specifics of what it was about. But this is a problem. I call all these people, Department of Health Services, all these people who fund these people, who control these people, and everybody saying, well, this is the process, this is not but the less they give me information, the less I'm able to be empowered, the less I'm able to take care of my business. When you all are saying, go this place, go that place, or they don't want to cooperate, they don't want to answer the phone, when I don't know the proper places to go, or, when I don't have the proper information, or they don't want to give me a form. Like Behavioral Consultants, Wisconsin Forensic Unit told me to send an email. I did that many times. All these different places, like the Public Defender's Office in Wisconsin, they abuse me. Just send a letter, and then they tell me, okay, you can, like Department of Health Services told me to make a verbal complaint, right? Well, I did it, and I still have not heard anything else about it. And actually, this woman, I think her name is Katie Martinez.
Oh yeah. I know who that is. I'm not super familiar with her, but I do know that she works for the Department of Health Services.
She is on some other stuff because she is refusing to return my calls now. She claimed that she was going to call me on last Monday. That woman won't even take my calls now. She lied and said she was going to send me some stuff in the mail and a book that they use for competency. She was going to email me. She never did. And she's ignoring my calls and all that. Deborah Collins told me to call her. Deborah Collins is also avoiding even, saying really trying to take the report. So I'm finding that these people, they have their organized crime. They have their people, and people could place people in different places or whatever. But when they're working from the inside, when these are the people that are supposed to take my complaints, that woman told me that I can make a verbal complaint with her. And I talked to her about much of the issues that I'm saying to you. She didn't draft the complaint. I didn't get any receipt of the complaint or anything. So when is that?
Katie or Deborah was going to do that?
Katie.
Katie was going to take
I think it's Kathleen. And Deborah Collins told me that they don't even that her Kathleen Kathleen Martinez. So she's working in like the I don't even know. She's a section manager for the forensics there. Okay, the bureau. Okay, but Deborah Collins said that the state of Wisconsin no longer allows the Wisconsin Forensic Unit or Behavioral Consultants to do the outpatient or the jail-based competency. So she's being dishonest. And then she said her name is Katie. Martinez said, why would Deb say that? She knows differently. They do have it. See, all this stuff is a problem. I cannot die. I record all these calls. So this stuff is not adding up. It's a lot of unfair competition and a lot of long-standing contests as well. Why is this woman did not send me? She said that she was going to send me, it's called like a Florida Am comp kit or something like that. She didn't send me any email. She said, because I said I might have went to jail. She said she's going to call and look for me. She's going to call me on Monday. She never called me. I left her even a message on Sunday. I said, I know it's Sunday, but I'm leaving it so that I can make sure that I get this call through to you. Make sure you call me. You have not called me. I want to know what the problem is. That woman has not called me. And I don't know if she's ignoring my calls. And so now I have a complaint about her. When they're in the inside, in the places that are supposed to take these reports, they're not taking them. it leaves me like they have already everywhere made a decision in the state of Wisconsin to dismiss me from all eternity or something. Who, why, what me? Knowing they charge me with obscenity and threats. I read into it and it dates all the way back to ancient times where they used those crimes as sex crimes, and they use them because of their social presence. Where city administrators would tell me if I cause congregations around me or use my own language, he's going to send me to jail. And that's what's happening. If I have a Facebook presence or I'm talking on my face, they've been attacking me about me talking and speaking the truth. I can speak my truth. You all cannot control me. I used to let these people say, and I never want to be called a snitch or like a little girl, all these things. No, I am going to make this report because they sure make theirs. And I have been literally surprised when I see what some of these people write. They use things that's not even substantiated against me. They are literally trying to condition my life and plan everything ahead so that if something does happen to me, everything will be in place where they don't have to answer to anybody. They're blaming me so that people won't question, why are you doing this? Like if something happens to me, or if I get sick or something fatal happens, which is better not, and it's not, they have already taken my son. They have already made the proper steps where they don't have to go too far. And they're lying on me and blaming me. And it's causing me to cut the fuck up. It's causing me to call them. And I say, you know what? I keep calling them over and over again. But then I got charged for that. So then it's like, I can't even keep calling. They hang up on me. They don't accept my calls. So what do? I don't even have the driver's license or identification card to really file a restraining order. Or I could file a lawsuit without it, but it may not even be validated. It depends if it's accepted. They have did all kinds of stuff to me to just abuse me. Just because I have questions. They do not, that's what I'm saying. They do not want me to get the information and to be empowered so that I can stand up, because they're doing it constantly. And this is how they're making, that is slavery. And they're punishing a pretrial detainee. They're sending people to jail and giving people, I went to jail for over 9 months. Come on. And I wasn't even convicted of the crime. And it was charges. Come on. So what is it that you're really charging me for? Tell the truth about it. These people, they have the whole system worked up and they're punishing me, but they have a hidden agenda. And so what I'm trying to ask from you is, like, you said that you can tell me how, but who is the one that I actually get the complaint to immediately? This is an urgent matter. I literally have to go to court. On June 30th. And I have to have a lot of this evidence. I've called the police department. I went to the sheriff department. I went to the police department. I've tried to even call the Department of Justice in Wisconsin. I've sent so many emails out. They're not even returning my emails. I don't know, because they said this is just a mentally ill person. She's imagining this shit. It all happened. A police officer told me just today that why would somebody call and be dishonest? But when I call, they say I'm being dishonest. They don't ever want to take my report, but they would take someone else's report about me because they've done so much horrible stuff about me. Or what is it? What are they trying to prove? What are they trying to see? They're trying to whip me into shape, trying to train me and force me to be something, but I wouldn't have to do anything. I'd be so happy with my life. I mind my own. I'm so happy. I live my life. I eat my food. I learn about my life. I learn about my body. I'm just so tickled with my own stuff. Like, I really like myself. They have to include themselves with their harsh realities, their abuse, their discrimination, their corruption, their contamination, their maliciousness, their false statements to public officials, the malpractice, the unethical behavior. That's what they stand on. But all their beliefs is going to come right back on them. What goes around comes around. I have to stand on solid ground. Whatever I'm doing today is not what they're saying. If I've already went to jail for something, for like stealing, but all this other stuff, I don't even steal. But what I'm saying is I have stolen before, and it was something where I was totally misunderstood. It was a misunderstanding. I shouldn't have ever did it. You know what I'm saying? But I was just on some total bullshit. I was wrong for that. But the fact of the matter is, I went to jail for that. I served my time. I had to pay for that. But that is not going to let them constantly try to take away my womb from me, stop my menstrual cycle. That is reproductive harm. They are causing a lot of problems. That is abuse. That is this violation to my constitutional rights. They're committing serious crimes, and they know that, and they're working together because they can get felonies in life and all kinds of, and they can serve prison time. And they don't want the same thing to happen to them that they're doing to me. And so they need to start letting these complaints, because they say, okay, this is a civil matter. Okay, but I filed these lawsuits. It's still not going to take away their false statements. I'm still going to have to, because what if somebody else lies? I get another. It's going to constantly come up. I have to fix this stuff. No matter if I sue them for $1 billion and won each and every time. Anything, I'm not dying, so somebody else make a report, and that could be that, oh, you got that $1 billion, but you're a dead bitch. You know what I'm saying? Like, it don't matter. Come on now. I have to talk like this so that you can understand, like, how severe this stuff is. Because not everybody is out here painting rainbows.
30th, is that to do with competency?
Yes.
On June 30th, for?
Yes, and it's only because they made these false statements. This whole case should be dropped. The man falsified his reports. And that's a crime. That is a crime. And so I can make reports with Department of Health Services. That's why I said it's different departments. And so when you all had said that you are from Mendota and different, I'm like, wait a minute. I don't understand what this has to do with. And that's why I ask a lot of questions, because I know that I can make statements against these people, licenses and stuff. Department of Health Services had custody of me, and Department of Health Services seem like they deal with a lot of stuff, and you all are not going to take possession of my body. If something happened to me, Department of Health Services would not release my body to anybody. If I was in jail, you all would keep my body as long as you want to keep my body and do whatever you want to do and decide if you would ever release my body to if I ever had a family or anything. And you know that. I'm not going to allow this. You all to do this. Everybody talks nice. Everybody has mastered just to listen, to find out where I am, to get all the information out of me. Hey, play nice, play nice, play nice. Throw the rock and hide your hand. Absolutely not. When I was in jail, I wrote to the Department of Health Services, did not get any letter back. But Gerard T. Davillo said that I was in the custody of Department of Health Services. Now that was negligent. Now people say that I didn't respond to my son because he was crying, so they took my son from me. Well, you all didn't respond to me when I was crying, and you all still trying to keep having custody of me. This is really serious, and I'm not here to play around.
No, I can tell that from just talking with you, absolutely. Okay. So for me, then, now that you've given me some more information, I kind of know a little bit more about the background, why don't I go ahead and put an email together, and I'll kind of summarize what we talked about and give you, like, next steps for different issues. And like I said, Mendota, did you get a decision letter from them? Did you get, like, a formal letter that said this is what we found in your grievance or not?
No, they kept trying to, like, talk me into not doing it. They weren't showing up when they wanted. It was supposed to go to the next level. They were doing a lot of observations. They were trying to keep me out of it. And I had an attorney at that time too, but that attorney wasn't addressing the situation. They were more trying to talk about I was more paranoid than anything. So that was a mess too.
Okay. Well, like I said, I'll put some information together. You called me today, so you've got my number now, so we can, talk, and we'll just go through next steps. I'll give you as much information as I can think of, different resources that will hopefully be helpful to you, and just kind of keep moving forward, if that sounds okay to you.
Yeah, I appreciate you calling. Yeah, when you did call, I had to return the call because I was on another call or whatever, but I just don't want to keep him and having more and more, like, I don't need a pity party.
No,
you know what I'm saying? I don't know how else to say it because I don't, what are you saying?
Oh, I just said, no pity for me by any means. I'm just trying to listen and try to give you information to help you, determine what next steps are.
But this is a problem. it has to be some more areas that you have to address this to, not just that. This needs to be escalated because that Katie Martinez, she's now just checked completely out of this. She has more control of this situation, but I talked on the phone with her, and I believed her, and they're just, these people, you all are not believable. You need to do actions. You say everything to try to, it seems like, put me in a state of like, you know what I'm saying? Like to buy you all time to push me back as you're running full speed ahead. And I get to a place of complacency. That's just like terrible how these attorneys are around here. If I sit here and wait, nothing gets done. And then, like I said, I went through a situation. This is stemming from a criminal case where that attorney told me the reason why they said I was incompetent and the Chapter 51 and all that had to do with the criminal case. They have an indictment out on my mental capacity. They're trying to figure out, and I know that it's from some unfair competition. If you all want all your people together, you don't want me to be in a mix or whatever, that's fine. I don't have to be. But I'm not about to have these people taking everything from me and saying I'm mentally ill so that they can speak for me, that they can do business with my name without me, so that they can champion my name and constantly use my name over and over and then make money. Small time shenanigans or whatever, small town shenanigans, whatever they call it, they're committing fraud. And not only fraud, they're committing mass incarceration, they're attempting murder, they have to understand how serious this is. Okay? I have been accused of some serious crimes that they just sit there and inflated the charges on me just because they knew that they could stick. But me, I have the actual evidence and they still won't hear it. And I go to these courthouses.
As I said at the beginning, when we were talking, like what my job is to explain the complaint process to people, to help with questions that they have about the complaint process, and then I write level 3 decisions if it gets appealed to our office for grievances that occurred in the community from like community providers. So as far as, getting an attorney or reporting to a different, we don't report on behalf of people. That's not our role. Our role is to explain the process to people and then to investigate if it gets to a level 3 appeal. So some of that higher level stuff that you're talking about, that would be like outside of what I do.
Well, no, that's why I asked you within Department of Health Services, and because there's other people. But also you can note this. But one thing in particular is people, they have some kind of problem with being able to have a conversation too. Like not knowing how to kind of communicate, not knowing what to kind of put in perspective. And they have a hard time with me. They expect me to be mentally ill, and they have found that they are supposed to be better than me. And when I have that conversation, they see how terrible it is for me. I find that perhaps is it that you don't want to go through what I'm going through. You see that I can handle my situation much differently than you, but you all are the ones that are charging me with not even being able to read and write and care for myself or even take care of a child that I birthed, you know what I'm saying, that I've been raising the whole time without you all, and so they sit there and they make false statements about me when they do something wrong, because it's like I don't know what the problem is, and it threatens them, they threaten themselves because it's just like, I don't know, I don't want to assume, but it's like they know they'll be in trouble. So to keep their job, they put me out there and sacrifice because they don't want to admit. But a lot of times their calls are recorded too. And it's always now it's okay, well, we'll take it to trial. But they prevented that by stopping this with the incompetency thing. So they're using these psychologists in these hospitals to fight me so that they don't have the responsibility or the burden of proof. It's a vicious, vicious thing. They're using incompetency to terminate trial so people don't have to take it to trial, because I already let them know it can go to trial. And that's why they hurry up and call me incompetent to literally dismiss the case. But if the case, like to stop the case, but that means all legal action. But they do it illegally, false imprison me. I literally went to jail on false. They kidnapped me. They never were supposed to send me to jail. And they're trying to keep doing the same thing. But this time, why? It may get worse. It may get better. But I cannot allow it. So that's why I had asked you. I know that you make decisions at a level 3. You say you're going to perhaps, get a email. So I asked that you can probably, I don't know, compose that email or however you do it. Put something together, of truth and reality. Know that I want to speak for myself. I want full access of my own life. Also, I want to request those medical records from Mendota Mental Health Institute. I've been trying to get information from Department of Health Services for over a year. And I go through so much, and then I say, I don't want to sweat these people. I got plenty of time. I never knew that I was going to get another criminal record ever in my life. So I just try to let things I say, I'm going to handle it. I'm going to live my life. I just got out of jail. I'm going to live my life. And everywhere I was going, it seemed like it was a problem. Oh, because this woman may be homeless. They just ostracize me, just constantly. They don't know me. They don't know my language, but they choose to, again, discriminate against me. They choose to have those biases and violate if I ever had a civil liberty, because I'm not in the military. I'm not in their religious organizations. I don't work for them. And like I said, I do not get food stamps or anything. So I have no obligations to them. And now I did before, but now especially they have to accept me as an independent person, and they are refusing to do that. And so this is why they're fighting me even more. And so I just need some kind of documentation of what you all go through, the rights that you carry, the rights that you base your job off of, your responsibility, different things. I have some stuff written down and some questions that I have.
I don't know if this would be helpful to you or not, but I'm happy to do it if you want me to. Did you want me to reach out to Katie Martinez and ask her to call you or email you, or is there anything I can do to kind of help facilitate a conversation there?
At what capacity would you reach out to Katie Martinez? Like, what role would you be approaching that situation?
I would just share that I spoke with you today and that you're, you want to talk to her. That she said she was going to, I think you said she was going to send you a competency book. You haven't received that type of information.
But is that your normal job training? Is that your role to have those conversations or to take that sort of?
Yeah, we would have, we can have conversations certainly within the Department of Health Services, so with other divisions that we work together with. So as you said, she's a section manager for the forensic unit. So if you had some concerns that you haven't heard back from her, that you haven't received a book that she said she was going to send, if you wanted me to, I would just send her an email and say, hey, I spoke with Jasmine Renee Davis today. She's indicating that she'd like to speak with you, and also that she's waiting on a competency book that you were going to mail her. And I would just leave it at that.
Oh, no.
If you don't want me to, that's also fine.
First of all,
I don't have to.
It's way beyond just that. That doesn't sound like an initial call to me. You know what I'm saying? That woman been hearing my voicemails. She told me that she was going to call me back. This is her job. She's doing whatever she wants to do. I know you all have a specific amount of time that you have to call people back. And you can't just be out here doing whatever you want and like you're going to get away with it. I'm not asking you to advocate for me. If anything, it would be to the point where I would be filing a complaint against her. And it can be acknowledged that, you all are all for the same company. So if I sue your company for every dollar that your company has, then you will be out of a job. So your teammate is not being accountable. You know what I'm saying? This is why I'm really careful. This is why I'm not getting on food stamps. This is why I don't go to shelters. And this is why I don't go to all these places, because I don't know what these people are about. But no, because I don't believe that is your job to do that, and I'm not going to consent you all.
Like I said, I would only do it if you found that, if you thought it might be helpful. Clearly, you don't think it will be helpful.
No, I don't know what it's about. So I'm not saying it'd be helpful or not. It'll be helpful to somebody. But I want to make sure, too, to stay out of messy situations, because I am aware that sometimes people get those little verbal consents and then they all get to work together and it comes back on me. And it's like backlash, and it's, severe consequence where it has an adverse effect on me. And then you all get to work together and kind of partner, not exactly partner, but I know you said whatever, but that you all can collaborate and you get to work together to see or whatever. If you are not able to do the things and contact other departments that could take complaints, or talk to them about the complaint process, then I know that it would serve no rightful purpose for you to contact Katie Martinez and tell her. She knows that I call her, and I'm going to be seeing because how much time do you all have to call people back?
I mean, I can't speak for her department. We try to call people back in client rights, like the day that they call or the day after, depending if we're out of the office or something like that. But it really depends upon the situation. I know that you had emailed on Friday, and here it is Tuesday. It was a long holiday weekend, so I knew that I certainly wanted to get back with you, by the next business day, which would be today.
But you had emailed me on Wednesday, and I emailed you back on Friday because some reason I didn't even get that email appropriately, like how I should have. Like, I didn't see it right away. So I appreciate that. And I said, that's why as soon as I seen it, I emailed you back. It was probably after you had gotten off work or whatever, but I just wanted to make sure that I can get you that email, because I replied every time my phone chimes or whatever the situation is. I look at my phone. I try to answer every call, even if I say, you got to call me back or something like that, because I am attentive to my life and I want people to understand every part of me matters. You know what I'm saying? And that's not easy. And people want to know, what am I on? They're trying to demystify me and see, this is strange. Nobody is doing all this. What am I up to? This is not, and I record it, say, oh, she must be faking. And man, I'm putting in so much work. And I can say I'm putting in so much goddamn work around the clock. So whatever I'm doing, I'm putting in effort. This is real time. These are man hours. You know what I'm saying? Like, these are things that I'm actually doing. So it doesn't matter what I'm doing, but I know I'm entitled to whatever I ask for. But what departments I know you said you'll send them, but what if this is escalated beyond that? Or what if them departments are not replying like that person? I don't mean to keep talking to her about you. I'm talking to you about her or whatever. But when somebody like her is refusing, then what?
Refusing to return a phone call or respond to an email or something. I'm sure that you said she's a section manager. So there's a, and pardon me if I'm not using the right terminology, but there's like a division manager or a department manager that's above sections. So I'm sure that she has a manager, that you could speak with and express your concerns and say, listen, I need this information. She's not getting back with me. What can I do here? And, they, I would think, would get you some answers.
Well, of course, and this is a problem. I've emailed to the client's rights at Department of Health Services. I've tried to email to Human Services. It goes all ignored. They assume like, oh yeah, this is about one thing or another. We're not going to talk to you about it. They're assuming what I want. Like, they know my name and they're just ignoring me. They don't care. But also,
the emails that you send to the Department of Health Services Client Rights Office, those are emails that myself and my partner Catherine see. So it goes to like a shared email box, and whenever someone has a question or emails that shared mailbox, those are things then that we respond to. So I don't recall if you had contacted our office maybe a couple of weeks ago, and I'm sorry I didn't go back and look to see if Catherine or I spoke with you at that time.
No.
But this most recent time when I started to reach out to you by email, that was following a conversation that you had with someone named Stacy Eworth, and she works at the Department of Health Services, and she had sent you an email, something about she was going to look for information or refer your questions about competency. I think it was jail-based competency, the email said. But for the complaint process, she wanted to forward the information to us, to Catherine and I, because we're the ones who do the client rights stuff in the community. And so that's why I started reaching out to you. So that's where I got your name this time from Stacy Ewert, who you had talked to by phone.
Okay, so the problem with that, she told me that she was going to locate the appropriate party, and she didn't. You all are not the people that she was supposed to get my information to or send information. You all are not the appropriate people. You had
questions about, according to what I read anyway, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought there were questions about filing a grievance against Mendota. So that would be a patient rights grievance with our office. You had questions about the Kenosha jail, and for that I said, that's outside of our scope, so you have to speak with them directly about their grievance process. I don't know what they do.
Oh, no.
And then for behavioral health consultants, Wisconsin Forensic Unit, I had sent you an email saying I need some more information. I didn't know if it was like a competency evaluation that you had concerns about, or if it was outpatient competency restoration that you had concerns about. So that's why I was trying to get more information so I could try to help guide that process.
Well, sure, but the thing is, of course, you get involved when it's toward a level 3. Also, there's other ways of the complaint process. That person told me that she would find the best person to actually submit the complaint to, because there's also verbal complaints that I could submit to, though. Okay? Mm-hmm. And so that is not you. And so she didn't really put in much effort to really send it to the appropriate place. You are not the appropriate place for my level of conversation at this time for the urgent matter that this actually is. And in fact, this may not ever even really get to you. Now, for you to have this conversation, for 1 hour and 16 minutes and 40 seconds, I appreciate it, because it seems like you have some involvement, you have some information and interest in your job. Okay, sure, I appreciate that. But however, where is it that I can actually achieve results? Do you know what I'm saying? Like progress through the process of actually submitting something. I have learned that I do a lot of talking, and that's all that's really happening. It's nothing being set in stone properly. It's just me talking, and I have learned that is not. And people say, well, okay, you said it, but you didn't really submit it. I mean, you talked and we hear you, and it's like I'm only going through a counseling session with them. I've learned my lesson for that many, many times. I've talked for hours and never had a record. They never even wrote a note down. Oh, we just thought you wanted to talk. We just, and they always say, okay, well, what else is it that you need, Jasmine? I'm like, no, I'm Jasmine Renee Davis, and this is not funny. This is not a game. And all that you heard from me, and you didn't find anything that you can even report on your own at your job. And so these people literally are trying to pacify me, and I don't appreciate that. I can have a long conversation all I want, but I have my mind, and I'm sound, and there is some sharpness there, of course, but I'm not going to break myself. I'm not going to just allow things to happen and not have the reassurance of the validity of my conversation and who I'm talking to. So that is a serious problem.
And that's one of the reasons I like to follow up with an email, that says, we talked today. Here's what you were talking about. Here's, I wanted to give you the information reiterated in writing. Here's the process, how to file a grievance. If you have concerns about this provider or that provider. That's why I like to put all of that in writing. So you have that to look back on, and I have that to look back on. So I can be like, oh yeah, I remember we had that conversation. This is what we talked about. So that's why I try to follow up in writing. So next steps, you've got things in writing, and then I have, that documented conversation as well, so I can reference back to it if you have further questions down the road.
Well, sure, I can appreciate that information, but at this point, I need action. The deprivation process that a lot of people subscribe to, I mean, it's standard textbook. I mean, there's so many things they talk about, things like Jim Crow, Esquire, or, different things that, like I said, the school to prison pipeline, mass incarceration, the whole mental health stigma. I mean, mental health has been something that has been a severe thing where people used to use for many, many years to take away from people and ostracize people in the community for a long time. But this is a state of oppression for you all, knowing that you have the power right now and that I can be put in your custody. That is called oppression. And and that's exhaustion. That's also taken away from my amusement in life, of the things that I want to do, to be able to appreciate the learning experience of being able to handle my own situation. Even if I tackle them, I should have an excitement and a joy and the amusement to know that I'm able to call and have my things through. When I know my name is valid and my name can open doors for me too, not only for you all, you know what I'm saying, but for myself, that I can actually use my own name. And you all are doing everything. I'm 38 years old of age, okay? And a lot of people would tell me that, oh, I'm an old woman, like I cannot have children. But I believe that this is a time where the body is growing and developing the most. But a lot of people take advantage of that because they want to harvest people's organs and things like that. That is a serious problem, where I know through the mental health system, it's one thing too called the Lazarus effect. And people are calling, and they did it to my own dad. But now, I'm going to tell you something. They sit there and they abuse people and say that they are brain dead, but their organs, their body is good. And what they do is they say these people are dead, and the reports are out there, different articles, and I'm not saying that this did happen or this did not happen, but just say for the sake of just a conversation, a textbook conversation. Okay. They said that the person was a young surgeon. He was learning, and they said that the person who was training him, whoever it was, the chief surgeon or whoever it was, said that the person was brain dead. And that person had died because they had no activity for the brain. But he said, well, if that person is dead, then why do you have to put anesthesia and put that person to sleep if that person is already dead? If that person has no life in them, why are you having to put anesthesia in that person's body? Or how some people freeze people and all kinds of stuff. That is murder. These people are trying to take whatever it is. I don't care if it's just me going to jail and they don't want to lay another just to get that $1,450 a day at Mendota. That Mendota charges Kenosha, Wisconsin. Mendota charges Kenosha, Wisconsin $1,450 a day for me having to go there. These people are stealing money, and these roads are messed up. There's no community centers. These schools have the school to prison pipeline is fraudulent. I don't care if that's all they asking. It's just for me to sit my ass there and get money from them, please. Okay? It's still wrong. They're not going to do that because eventually this stuff is getting out, and they're not going to hear me. And they did it. They said a man told me that because they said they diagnosed a person with a mental illness, they no longer see about their physical well-being anymore. Because they do not have the sense to even make those decisions. And their body, because their mental capacity is failing, their body is going to naturally fail too. Like they don't feel it. Like, for instance, my dad had to go to rehab. He was not put nurse on, but he was forced into rehabilitation. My dad had developed bad sores so bad that his bones were showing. And these are more things that I can have to make complaints about. I've been trying for years with fraudulent lawyers through lawsuits. I have tried. They have failed time and time again. But my dad bone, he had a hole in his butt, in his glutes. His bone was showing. It was a terrible thing. It was so hard. I didn't understand it as much as I do now. But these people at Aurora Hospital and those people at St. Catherine's Hospital, Freighter South, said that they would not give my dad pain medicine because he couldn't feel it. Like he was so out of his mind or something. He has a hole in his ass, like in his butt. And you're suffering my dad. He has a hole to his bones, a paper cut. I can feel a paper cut. You see what I'm saying? Like, come on. This is why they are fighting me, because I have so much information like this. And they want to get rid of me. Because I fought them time and you know what they did? They forced me to put my dad on hospice like I was assisting in his murder. They have all of the tricks. They fought me. My dad they put him on a feeding tube through surgery and starved my dad into his death. My dad was not a criminal. He paid his own house off. He did everything that he paid all his bills. He worked in the community. He did well things. My dad was not trash. They were hating on my dad. My dad was athletic. He was a beautiful, handsome, tall, black man who owned all his stuff. My dad didn't even own money on his house. He paid who could do that? Not everybody can pay their house off. My dad was long years, even, before he got sick, that he had owned his house. And the city of Kenosha did everything they can to steal that house, including going through situations with these characters. I have some stuff to talk to you all about. And I have been trying to do that. I tried to call to the ombudsman from Brookside Cares. I even just tried to email to her woman, Bogdala. in Kenosha, Wisconsin, she won't even return my email. They try to say I owe, and my dad is passed away, that he still owed them $26,000, and I owe them $26,000. It's constantly a debt that these people, corporation counsel, all these people are not settling. So when you talk about the conversation, this is why they are abusing me and allowing these. It's cheap, little white, lightweight money that they have to pay to compare of the money that I can get from the shit that the stuff and the things that they have did to me and my house or my family. Literally, and a church comes and Journey Church comes and they're going to take my house. And instead of them talking about the importance of home ownership and property, they steal my damn house and give me a little bit of money and tell me that I'll be able to travel and they'll assist me in buying another house. They lied. So I have a lot to talk about. And these people, now they're not opening doors for me because of these petty cases of lies and these people where I have some serious business that I need to handle and they're not hearing me. And they're saying I'm harassing them. So all these cases are null and void and they had the nerve to talk about statute of limitations. That's classic textbook for abuse. And they try to say negligence and things like that. These people are trying to fry my brain. And I'm not letting them. I have my mind and I'm growing. I don't have a college degree or any of that. I'm living my life for me. I'm, you know what I'm saying? I'm starting to get into more learning about love, but I choose to just sit around and be pretty and do what I want to do. I don't have to be this big girl for anybody. You know what I'm saying? I can eat. I can do the things. I don't need to rush. If I want to be out on the beach every day of my life or walk the world, I can. And I can have my son, whoever, tag along with me. I can have 1 million people. People walk from Kenosha or Milwaukee, Wisconsin to somewhere during some riots in Kenosha. They walk state to state to state. Nobody mess with them. People can live, and these people are literally trying to control my life. No, they are fighting me and abusing me. I have too much out there. That attorney was supposed to give me over $1 million, and he abused me and used my criminal record and fought me, made false statements about me, told me that if I did not settle for $49,000, that he would drop the case and I would get no money. He told me that I was going to get $1 million. He waited to the last minute to file the case so I would not be able to get before. He was supposed to file this before my dad died. My dad was supposed to see his $1 million. That man robbed me and he's refusing to give me my records. His name is J. Allen Urban for Urban and Taylor and Associates. You are being held accountable on this phone call because this is ridiculous. This man sit up there and went through the course and was dishonest and settled and told me that I could not call to Grand Prairie lawyers and all this different stuff. And he told me I was supposed to get over $1 million and I did not. And then he told me it was supposed to be a separate case for myself and a separate case for my dad. He forced me to sign a power of attorney paper for myself. I don't even know where that money is. He won't tell me about the estate. I learned that I had to file taxes on the estate. He's not giving me any information. He's refusing to give me records. He won't give me anything. That man lied. And he sit there and he abused me throughout the whole case. He was supposed to be my attorney. And what did he do with all that money? He stole over $1 million from me. Come on, man. This is and it's me because I have learned about no way was I ever supposed to be, see this stuff happen. But I seen it all and I see how all works. They're organized crime. And I can prove it. That's how I got my power because it's happened to just my real life. And these people see dollar signs like shit. You know, if I get on, if they advocate, there's money. No, I'm going to talk to you all on my own. Ain't no statute of limitations when y'all keep throwing me in and out of jail and all this different stuff like that too. And you all are not taking my phone calls appropriately. And I don't know what else to do. I have been trying. And it's like, well, we can't do anything because you're running out of the time is ran out of the clock. But I've been trying to talk with these people who I had the relationship with first. And they know that. And they'll give me that's just like they give me a little inch. You know, I give them an inch and they take a mile. Like they just keep pacifying me with nothing coming out until they know the law. And so I didn't know, you know what I'm saying? Illiteracy is not a crime. If I was not taught, like I said, these people don't want to empower me. Right there, you all are supposed to send me information. And then when I Googled what she said, it didn't even come up. I could not find it anywhere. She told me I can find it on my own. I couldn't even I wrote exactly what she said. I recorded the call. Please, this is serious.
You were supposed to be able to find.
She said I'm gonna tell you the exact name of it. I'm not even trying to remember this because it's irrelevant information. It's not even right information. But Katie Martinez, I know her name, I know my name, but she told me it's a comp kit, okay, from Florida. And she said that I should be able to find the transcripts of it, like a PDF or something on the website. Because I asked her, because she sent me the exact book. She said she would look for it or whatever, and that she would call me on that Monday. But she did not call me. And that is a huge problem, because she knows that I'm sitting here fighting. She knows that these people are fighting me, and these things actually need to be addressed. And like I said, I don't keep all information with me. Some things I have to search for, and I have books and books, like 300 pages. I have right now before me like 4 books that I literally I wrote in nearly all of them. And so what I'm saying is, this is the information that I'm not going to keep gathering information and keeping it and trying to remember it where it's invalid, where I tried it, it did not work. Like for me, I'm Jasmine Renee Davis. I know that's my name. People call me all kinds of stuff, but if somebody asks me my name, I'm not going to say it's schizophrenic. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to say my name it's not, and it's not even close. But for them, it's what's going to help them to try to murder me and harm me. And you all need to realize good and well. And I talk about like the things that, they talk about. They prescribe these different medications and stuff. And people talk about different stuff. Like they take medication, they have them sorting through. They find like this man. This is so true. And I had to hurry up and look at it immediately. It was a comedy special that he did, and I just seen it today. He said he was in prison. And I just want to enlighten you, because some people don't know about different cultures. You don't get prescribed those kind of medications, okay? You get, some people, when they have babies, they get vitamin bags, and they get the best, they get their placenta, they get they get to do that. The umbilical cord. Some people, you know what? They ask you, do you want to keep the umbilical cord to save the life of your family members and stuff like that? Oh, yes, it's possible. They don't do that to somebody like me that's on state A, where they say, okay, you know what? You're going to have to pay for this one way or another. We're going to use you. You're at the bottom or somewhere, you're trash. And so you're not worth anything to us. So we're going to take, but that's the best of the situation. You know what I'm saying? The root. But he said he had asked somebody in jail. He said he went to this man, this black man. He said he went to a Mexican man and said, hey, I need something, because he couldn't sleep. He said the man gave him a piece of a pill while he was in prison. He said he was fine. He was fine for the amount of time, like 30 seconds, until he stood up. He said then he started feeling really awkward. The situation, because you never know what's in a pill anyway. He said it was time for him to go eat, and he was hungry, but for some reason he was talking. He said he was having a conversation with 6 people, and he was the only one in a row. He said he took the medicine, and he said and the way that he was describing it was like these were his own thoughts, but he had to come, and this is what I'm saying. Because I'm like, what the heck? He said, like, I found that perhaps he had to come to terms with his own way of thinking to understand what processes where he is in life, to understand like his pattern, like to say, okay, this is what I have to do. This is how my perspective, and it seems like his mind was racing to the point where he was visualizing these things. And when I said it, to myself is much different, having a different level of confidence. But these drugs are being improperly given to people. If someone is prescribing medication to someone who is schizophrenic that is not schizophrenic, it's going to severely throw off their whole balance of it's going to poison them. It is not going to give them any enhancement. And matter of fact, there are drugs that I learned just in January 2025 that are not the kind of mental illness drugs that you all are trying to prescribe. In fact, it's the total opposite, that actually strengthens the mind, that are never even talked about. Okay. And I did, it's the name of it, and I have it written down and all that stuff, but I'm here for the truth and to balance this stuff out. These people are not taking care of the people that they are medicating. They are putting them in a cell, in a room, and locking the door and closing the door and not coaching them through the process. Just like I just said, okay, you find that it's not 6 people in here, but you have 6 perspectives of the way that you can see this problem. And you have to come to yourself a reason. And you have to make a choice that you are one holistic, solid person. You are not 6 people. These are not 6 people that you are talking to. But right now you are in a you have to rationalize in your mind. You are such in a deep way of thinking right now, and you have to understand this. You have to control yourself, and you have to accept where you are. These people are trying to medicate me and lock me in a cell to drive me out of my fucking mind. I do not appreciate that. They are being and I'm going to call to different laboratories and different places who make these medications, and I'm making more reports. I already said that, because they are abusing medications. They are prescribing these medications and falsely diagnosing people and wrongfully diagnosing people and giving people are taking medications where they give them like gabapentin, where it's stopping their legs. Literally, it's shutting their body down, where they're not even able to respond to it cuts off some sensors in their mind. And that's the side effects, where someone couldn't even wipe their nose or wash their hands, where they feel like, what's wrong with me? Why my arms are not working? Why? And then all of a sudden it tells you, then your eyes close. And then if someone is in a coma, okay, if someone is asleep, let them wake up. Don't just throw them in a freezer and then kill them. These people are not properly trained on these. They're not pharmacists. They are not scientists in the laboratory who work at these places who create the medications. You see what I'm saying? They are not those type of pharmaceutical people. These people are using the criminal justice system, the legal system, the courts of law, all these different police try to say I was schizophrenic. How? I didn't barely even talk to you. But they know that's like something that they say that it's a violent thing. You know, people are violent when they're schizophrenic. But what about the medication where you're giving them? And then, you know what they were doing at Mendota? They were giving me violent books. Like books that discuss a lot of violence in the law, like things where it would talk about negative cases or like weapons and things like that. Or they gave me a book that wanted to teach me how to think and things like that. So when you're on that kind of medication and you have a fragile mind, or your impression or have the influence, and they're not teaching you, oh, you're a superhero, oh, you can be the best you can be, and they're steady telling you like you're nothing, you're trash, you're violent, you're evil, you're this and that, it's going to cause people a disruptive period in their life, and they're going to mark that. They're going to have the recordings, they're going to have all these things. And that's why this Department of Corrections, it's a jail facility. These people are improperly using that medication. Some people use it to see, because there's a cap in the atmosphere over the earth, they say. And for me, I came up with this during probably, I don't know, maybe Friday or Saturday, perhaps even Sunday. I said, some people say that the world is round. Some people say that the world is flat. But I understand, I would rather say that the world is flat myself personally. That way I do not have to have a connection to other people. And to be in a community of other people, when they say that the world is round, maybe that's them connecting with other people, and it takes away my independence. You know what I'm saying? And I think about these things because I'm living my own life. You know, like you have to have read a specific books. You have to take tests. You have to do all this to get a degree. And, you know, you have to further your education. Then you get a specific amount of money. Me, I have this, my own experience, and my payment is to live my life. But these people are improperly managing this stuff. How you refer yourself as K Beloit? I don't even know. What do you Beloit? Like, do you Beloit? Do you K Beloit? So I want you to understand how serious this is. This is not somebody that's coming up with this stuff. It's somebody that can't tell you what guilty, not guilty, no contest, or, not guilty due to insanity is. Come on, this is fucked up. If I can sit here and look at it's all messed up. If I can sit here and look at myself and tell you the truth about what these people are doing, and they're getting away with it. Literally, they're improperly medicating people and putting them in a jail cell. I've been in a jail cell with no water. They won't even bring tissue. They won't even bring change of clothes. It's cold. People are literally dying. You know what those people do in jail? They don't give them their medication. They say, oh, okay. They say, you're not getting your medication today. They leave them naked with no clothes on, or people don't want to have soiled clothes. So they take off their clothes and they say, we're not letting everybody out because this person is naked. So nobody can use the phones. Nobody can have access. Their phones don't work. Their kiosks don't work. They don't give people medicine because they're talking about, oh, it's a PREA thing. Somebody get charged with rape because someone's naked. Well, why haven't you all brought this person any blankets? Why haven't you brought this person any sort of clothing? Why are you making people cold and freezing in the jails? They're not taking these complaints. I wrote many grievances while I was in jail. That stuff does not matter because sometimes they don't even send it through. They throw it in the garbage. It's been officers who tell me your complaint is not going anywhere. You can write as many as you want. It's not going anywhere. I reported to the state, to the public defender. They said I was paranoid. So these are the things that people go through in a situation where, you look at the basis where you have to see. You don't always know what other people go through. I never knew it. My dad owned his house. My mom owned her house, but my dad, so I'm sitting out here trying to do stuff that I see other children do that I never had to do. I never had to go and look for a man to try to validate me or have somebody to want me because I had a dad and I didn't understand that. I didn't have to get out here and work all these jobs and get on food stamps. All I had to do was do right by my dad and live my life. I didn't have to do anything. I was already born into this world a homeowner. I'm 38. I should be one of the most wealthiest women in Wisconsin. You know what I'm saying? By owning my own home, being able to live my life. That is the richness within me. But instead, I went out there and got on these things because that's what I thought I was supposed to. Trying to keep up with people, getting stuff in my name and doing stuff that was inappropriate. And I already had all my own stuff. And not everybody understands it. I never understood how horrible until I was giving birth and those people abused me with my daughter. I was 19. Aurora Hospital abused me when I was having contractions. They weren't telling me different things that I was supposed to know. The nurse was telling that doctor, that doctor sat on the bed and bust my water bag with his fingers. He took away from all of me ever knowing what childbirth is about. They keep people at a suppressed mentality as a childlike mind constantly so that they can control it. Kenosha Human Development Services were meant for children. And they still had the programs, but they used their crisis intervention in the Kenosha Police Department to make people, Chapter 51 and keep them mentally ill through the, CHIPS cases, and it circles right back around to get the money, get the money right back. The courts will force the same people who make those false reports to go right back to Kenosha Human Development Services because they keep people at a childlike mentality. You never learn. Nobody knows. They talk about, okay, well, this is all you know. It's a lot of illiteracy around here. People don't even know the capacity. I write an email to the Department of Children and Families. It's just, I don't even know, maybe 1,000 words. They say it's too much. People don't even have the capability to read. They want to abbreviate everything and tell me I'm harassing them when I tell them, can you say it? What is your name? They don't even want to tell me their names. At professional places, I can't even say, hi, who am I speaking to? You know what I'm saying? What's your name? I have to fight with them. They want to know. They deny the authority that I have within myself. So all these reports, and they say, this person is harassing people. She's threatening people. Something must be wrong with her. She's out of her mind. How can she articulate this? Because they never taught me. I went through the school to prison pipeline because I had a fight with somebody. I had to go to a jail sort of middle school because I got in a fight with somebody. I didn't mind fighting back in the days. So what? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's a fight. Somebody come and approach me, I can fight you. That's just like somebody assigns you a track meet or something like that. You got to go and you got to race them. So because you cannot condition me and monetize me that you're going to try to say that I'm any less than you because you are not in control of my life. Because I'm in control, I make my own appointments. You know what I'm saying? I do not appreciate that. Please, like, this is a serious situation. They sit there and they let police batter people and their children and all these different things, but they're going to have the nerve. But I'm going to tell you something. It's something real serious and real, where part of my parental rights is that I can discipline my child, that I can discipline myself, that I can provide food and clothing and shelter and things like that for myself. You see what I'm saying? There is a lot of things out here that I can do. Have the right and the duty to protect, train, and discipline my child and to provide food, shelter, legal services, education, and ordinary medical and dental care. I can do that on my own. But these people are forcing me through court order so that they can be involved, so that they can terminate my power, so that I can never go and be a teacher, or I can never open my own holistic clinic or my own natural care, or that I cannot do stuff. And so that they can terminate my rights and terminate me and control my mind. Like right now, they're trying to court order me to go to get a mental evaluation so that they can permanently make me their child, so that I can be a property of Department of Health Service, so you all can constantly recycle me through the school to prison pipeline, through the court systems. Please, through Department of Health Service, through Department of Children and Families. One thing, the child support system. They got me a court order to be on a child support for 50 years. 50 years. That's them tracking the person that I have a baby with, knowing his exact location at all times, knowing where he work at all times, knowing where he live at all times, knowing how much money he makes at all times. And they choose if to put him in jail or do whatever they want to do. No. And I try to file complaints against them. It's problems. They don't even reply to me. They treat me, Department of Children and Family treat people like they are criminals. The same with the food stamp program. The same thing with all these other programs, Division of Children and Family. People need to understand. And slavery is illegal unless you have a criminal record. That's the only way that they can get away with slavery, if somebody is sentenced, if they're convicted. And so they have a bad problem. Wisconsin has a horrible problem with mass incarceration. It's one of the biggest problems. Wisconsin has one of the biggest rates of mass incarceration and illiterate black people than anywhere else in the United States of America. Wisconsin. This is a serious problem where they're forcing people into special education because they get more money for a special education child than the other one. But the money doesn't go back to that special ed child. That money goes to somebody having biology and trigonometry, things that people are supposed to have just for basic things to understand their own pH balance. And people walking around here and they let people spit on them and they're dry in their vaginal area. They need to know it's your pH balance. Okay, that's the type of bodily fluids that you make, the secretions and all these different things that come through your body. I learned this on my own. They're not about to jail me and get away with this. I'm capable of learning. I have a Facebook page, a YouTube page. You can look on my YouTube channel. I have videos out there to prove you. I'm here to fight you all at Department of Children and Family Services. I'm not here to abuse you, but I'm here to stand up for myself because this is ridiculous. And nobody is going to sit on the phone with me for 1 hour and 49 seconds and hear me talk like this without hanging up the phone. But you have to understand, this is not some lightweight situation. If I was at the roller derby and I was racing my car, I would have to haul ass out there. I would have to race my car as fast as I can to win. You know what I'm saying? I would have to make sure that I would have to go through the pit stops. I would have to make sure my tires are tight and I will make some noise to win. Everybody can do everything that they want to do with their life, but they don't ever want to hear me. I cannot be this rag down. This has been happening too long. You know what? Department of Children and Family Services told me that I can't even tell my daughter to keep her hair braided. Or I can't even tell my daughter to take care of her brother. What the fuck is wrong with these people? Where I have a right to train and discipline my child and teach them things like culture. They violate the 14th Amendment. All these different things, where I have right to give my child enrichment and cultural things and assist them in extracurricular activities and social activities. You know what I'm saying? Where I can teach my child financial literacy and about taxes and about different rules about being independent. But this is the same country on July 4th, they about to get ready to celebrate Independence Day. But Donald Trump said that United States of America, that they about to get ready to lose United States of America. So while people over here talking, I'm not sitting around here being dumb, and they're not about to drug me and I can make it through whatever. But no, they're not going to drug me and put me out of my mind and I become a zombie around here until somebody come and want to save me and I lean on to them and sell me like I'm a cheap thrill or take me out of my life where no, I don't recognize anything but myself because they're steady intoxicate me and contaminate me with poor things and every happy thing that I do for myself. They want to take me away from it. They're not going to poison me and have me on drugs where that's what I think about. You know what I'm saying? All of the poor, the negative thing. I don't watch horror movies because I don't want that kind of thing in my system. But just imagine somebody being on some messed up drugs. You know what I'm saying? Some horrible, fucked up drugs. And they're making them watch horror films and they're testing them, just standing behind them, little creepy, crawly, sickly, slimy people, making reports about every move that this person is making just so that they can learn cheap education. They get a scholarship to everything that they do. And they're using me as their blind study. And it stops here today. And I'm on the phone reporting this to you. So if you want to tell anybody who is the person that you tell that you have talked to me and they need to call me. They need to call me. Because I have a lot of serious stuff and I'm the prototype. Definitely. A lot of stuff has happened to me and I got this on lock. This is all real. And I know how to speak for myself. Nobody has, them lawyers did not speak for me like this. Them doctors, you know what I'm saying? Them psychiatrists definitely didn't speak for me like this. Them agencies and all those people who claim they never did. I ain't never had a friend. Okay? And so these are some serious things in my life that I have to, and this is mine. This is my life. And they may not steal it from me. They constantly are abusing me. I want to learn I want to be able, they took away from me to be able to know what it feels like to give natural birth. They took away from me to know what it feels like to have my water bag bust. They took away from me to understand what it's like and things. And they're going to tell me, don't stand up after, try to reprimand me after I had my baby. I stood up to walk to the bathroom. I have to move my body. I'm not going to sit here and be paralyzed. I need to move my legs. Never did they come and rub my legs or have a physical therapist come right back in there immediately and regain my legs. They're not qualified to do what they're supposed to do. They are leaving people for dead out here. And just because of the strength, that's why they say black people have more strength than anybody, so they don't need to offer them payment. How many times them doctors told me at the emergency room they no longer give people pain medicine? They give them mental health drugs. They try to give me mental health. They put me on mental health medicine instead of pain medicine. Cymbalta. They give Cymbalta for pain now. And it's classified as a mental health drug. I went to jail from Freighter South in Kenosha, Wisconsin, because I was telling that I have back pain. My back was hurting so bad. I need to stretch my back and I was having back pain where I was going through all kinds of stuff for weeks. I went to jail. Them people did not want to give me pain medicine. Instead, they called the police on me and I was arrested through the sheriff department. And I told her, I said, okay, you don't want to see me. Okay, I called her. I let them know they could have told me just don't show up. I said I was going to go to the walk-in clinic then and see them at the walk-in clinic. Instead, they didn't even want me to go to the walk-in clinic. They called the police and said I wouldn't leave. It's a walk-in clinic here. You said I cannot see you at your doctor's office. I can still go to this walk-in clinic in Summers, Wisconsin at Freighter South, please, on Brumback Boulevard. I went to jail. I lost over $1,000 and something that I needed to move. And I lost a lot of stuff that was in my house, all kinds of stuff. That was my money. I could have hired movers for some kind of truck, a box truck, anything, storage. They stole all my whole house with all my stuff, including photo albums. They have so much access. I'm not letting them kill me, please. This happens too, and it goes unnoticed because they tear people away from society and their families. They make them a stigma out in the community where everybody is scared of them. They believe that they're mentally ill and harmful to them. But they don't understand. They've been harming me through the school. They've been doing this for over 25 years. This started off in school. Then people stalked me and harassed me. They did not want to teach me. They didn't tell me about playing tennis in school or none of those other. They wanted me to play basketball. Come on now, that's bullshit. Why aren't you telling me that there's tennis here? Why aren't you telling me there's cross country? Why aren't you telling me that there's rugby and soccer and all these other beautiful feminine sports? But you want me to go and do this aggressive. I like basketball. I play basketball. I got a basketball right here. But what I'm saying is, you know what I'm saying? You want me to be in this, basketball or football, right? Like they had a female football team, Powder Puff, that I was about to play in. I don't know. They must didn't want these hands or something back then because I don't know what happened. But what I'm saying is, but they had a nerve to tell me that I can go to jail for being aggressive. But that's all you teaching me. But just so happened I got some good home from a beautiful father and beautiful mother, have class and fashion about themselves. But I adapted to what feel good about me. So I have my own class. I have my own femininity because I'm in touch with myself. I spend time with myself. You know, and they're not going to take away my tears. They're not going to take away my menstruation. They're not going to take away my hair and my body and things like that. They have food out here that drugs people, that blows them up. They literally places like Wendy's and all these places. They are literally laboratories that are not properly, and Department of Health Services deals with this. I've been emailing all kind of people about stuff that's been happening in these communities. They don't email me back. I got so many, and that's why they probably try to fight me too. They're never telling me, you know, this is interesting. I'm going to learn more about my job. Oh yeah, I'm going to talk to you. No, they are trying to give me a social death. That's just what a felony is too. But a felony is a social death. But this is like cancel culture and things that the current administration of some government in the United States of America said they're no longer allowing. They're no longer allowing the cancel cultures. They're no longer allowing that. But these people have one bathroom for one gender of each gender. And that's illegal to even classify people by their genders. You know what I'm saying? But people do it. That's fine. I'm happy. I don't care. I'm not going to get all up into that because that's going to cause a lot of people to be upset. And that's not my place. But if you all are looking at laws, you're never supposed to have in these schools. These people are never supposed to know about what gender somebody's child is ever. But they force that. And if somebody accepts a gender from a doctor and all that, people go into these things blindly, and that is all a crime, and it's illegal to allow these people to assign a gender to anybody. People should be able to live their own lives. But I'm not hating. I'm not trying to cause or stir up through that controversy or whatever. But these people are prescribing foods and doing all these different things in these fast food restaurants, and the drugs that are in these beverages, it's literally causing people harm where they get it tested and it's giving them severe illnesses where they're alerting these tests and all kinds of stuff, and people are dying out here, and you all are allowing it. You all are not regulating it. They're labeling themselves as a fast food restaurant, not as a laboratory. They need to properly put what restaurant really means, and they're not identifying that. And I'm talking to you like this because you work there. And you have been able to talk on the phone for 2 hours and handle me talking to you. And I appreciate that because a lot of people don't do that. And so for you to have, some kind of legitimacy about even just for whatever your reason is. I don't even care because I'm not hating on you. But just know that I'm going to stand up for myself. And it might, if you change your perspective, no, I'm not going to hold back, but I'm never going to abuse you. I'm never going to be violent toward you, but I'm going to come and for what's mine. You know what I'm saying? But these people are steady doing all of these things that is illegal, and they're harming people. You wonder why these children are, blowing up, why males are getting smaller penises and girls are getting more bigger breasts, and they're all this and that. That is unfair competition and long-standing contest where they're abusing integrity. Some people need that growth to touch something deep down inside of them. These people need the proper things for their lives. And these hormones, they're testing to see what they can morph people into. They do not have they're doing clinical trials for free in doctors' offices. I'm telling you, they are not like these laboratories who pay people. They're getting it for free. There are laboratories right now, you know what I'm saying, that are out there. Like one is, Eli Lilly is supposed to be coming to Kenosha or whatever. All these different places. I just use that one because they're supposed to be coming to Kenosha. But they do clinical trials and they pay people. And you have to be healthy though. So that shows you right there. Make it make sense. No illness at all. But why do you go and take a cancer drug to see what it do to you? And you're completely no illness. You got to be clean. But they're going to see what it puts your body through. That's a test. That's just like the Tuskegee experiment where they did on those black people and gave them syphilis and did not treat them and watch them suffer. Just like they did with the AIDS in the black community. Just like crack cocaine. And they doing it. But see, when white people have a problem, and I'm not hating because it's some white people that get mixed up in the wrong crowds or whatever, but it's some black people that overachieve too though. So don't get it twisted. But this is a real situation right here. Okay. When white people get strung out on heroin and fentanyl and all that stuff, they got all kinds of stuff to make sure that it's a medical problem now. But it was just a death toll on the black people back then in the 60s, 70s, and 80s and before that. You know what I'm saying? And they were going to jail. But then now that's what I'm saying. It's a huge problem this time. And somebody might know a little bit about my name and it might give a little leeway to say, wait a minute, this is Jasmine Renee Davis. Now you ain't gonna just get away with all this shit. You know what I'm saying? But the thing about it is, this is the abuse that is happening, and it's happening on a high toll, and people are fighting over the same things over and over again because everybody is in jail waiting. They literally sit there and strip my clothes off and see my naked body. I was in jail and I was menstruating. I got out of the hole. I went to the hole because they were messing up my commissary. I was just trying to ask them about it, and they just threw me in a hole. And I'm like, wait, y'all just told me to stand here and talk to you. Now you're calling for a movement? What the fuck is this? And they had planned the whole thing. And so I get out the hole and I was menstruating. So I'm already, just menstruating. So that means blood is coming out of my body or whatever. But they took my thermals. That was my property. So they could not control it in jail. This was a Kenosha County Detention Center in 2024. Then I went and they had told me that if I don't start eating their food, that they're going to put me on suicide watch. So I had to eat their food. I was refusing to eat their food. They were playing with my food. It was just a bunch of mess. And I was just eating my own food. And at times I didn't always have a whole lot of commissary, but I was making it work. I just was not eating their stuff. I would have to sit there at the table or just grab the tray and give it back to them. But I was trying to refuse. But they then got really harsh with me and told me that they were going to lock me away and put me on suicide. They were writing me up because I was not eating their food. Even when they see me, I was getting like eye care package, enough of my own food. So then I said, okay, I'm going to start eating their food. So it's almost time for the third meal of the day, whatever, 5 o'clock. So first of all, they kept me in there later. And so if I would have pressed that button, they would have charged me with an offense for pushing that button. So they kept me in there longer than I was supposed to be kept in there. Okay, at Kenosha Detention Center. So they let me out close to time for that that third food that they were, because they didn't serve meals. It was not a meal. Those are not meals, and they don't give enough food. That's another problem that I want to report. They starve people. People are starving. Even pregnant people in there, they don't even give enough food to. It's horrible. And they have people that are having babies in there, and they're not even giving them vitamins. And they're having people literally standing there dying, and they leave them and they put them in the hole. I seen it all. Okay. But so they took my thermal from me, never gave it back to me the rest of the time that I was in jail. Except that one day when I came from Mendota, I got it, just so happened. And I was so happy because it was so cold in that holding cell. But I hurry up and just went in the shower. They called for the meal time, whatever. That's not a meal, but that's what they call it. They call it dinner. And so I got out the shower. They said, wait, what you doing? Get back in the shower. I said, what? I said, no, y'all, you don't just tell me. I'm, getting out the shower. They said, if you don't get back in the shower, we're going to put you back in SED. I said, well, it's 2 black officers. And I said, what? And they forced me to stay in a cold shower for over 30 minutes until my hands were wrinkled where I was crying, begging them to get out of the shower. And I was so cold. And I did not get the food. They said, oh, you don't even eat the food anyway. I said, y'all just told me. You know what I'm saying? So it was a setup so that I could stay in the hole with barely no blankets or nothing. They weren't giving me no pens, no papers, no envelopes, nothing that I was entitled to. And they say you get out in the middle of the night for a phone call, 12 o'clock at night or whatever. But the phones are not even on. So they take away my method of communication. They take away everything. This is fucking abuse. You're not supposed to punish a pretrial detainee, and people should have it's a law for people to have a right to their phone, like phone calls and, conversation to outside. Like if I had the right to judge, they took away all that, and they kept doing it to me, kept putting me in administrative segregation just because I was not talking to people or giving them phone calls or answering their questions. I was on my own, and they have to realize that. But I kept getting written up in the jail, and these jail that they kept not talking to me because they would have been held accountable. Like, well, how is she when you talk to her? They were using people in the jail to fight me, like informants to fight me and pick fights with me. I didn't know when I would be able to get out of jail. My children were being taken from me, all kinds of stuff. They separated my children. They were doing all kinds of stuff to me while I was in jail. The woman was fighting me there. She stopped me from even knowing anything that she was doing with my children, and I still made it through. They did not configure any of that stuff in. They constantly was oppressing me, beating me up, abusing me constantly, and I still made it through. And I still was not violent to them ever. I still did not give them hard times. I still was trying to be mindful. I have a call. I need to answer this call, please, if you can hold the phone.
I'm going to ask.
I'm Jasmine Renee Davis. Hi. Can you call back, or I can call you, because I'm interested in talking to you, but I'm on another call. It seems like it's gonna, can you call me at some other time soon today? Call me. Yeah, you can call me. You can call me tomorrow, like on, Wednesday. Okay. Appreciate it. Okay. Sure. Make sure you call me because I'm trying to get this education. Okay. I appreciate it. Okay. Oh, hello. Okay. Department of Health Services. Okay. Wisconsin.
I was just saying, I'm sorry, Jasmine, I don't think you heard me. I actually also have a 3:30 appointment
Sure.
that I need to get ready for.
Of course.
So I'm going to need to go. But
Okay.
I will put an email together. If you don't get it this afternoon yet, I probably won't have time to do it now, but I will put some more things together and then email it to you tomorrow, if that sounds okay.
And also the things that I mentioned to you, because I know that you said you handle these. Can you send me information on the stuff that I have mentioned to you today during this call as well? Just in appropriate routes to different places and just to elaborate on it.
Yeah, I'll send you as many resources as I can think of, things that will maybe be helpful to you. I did find an online thing about Florida competency restoration. It was a document, so I did email that to you already. I don't know if that's the one that Katie was talking about, but I just found one online when I was looking.
What is it called? What's the name of it?
Let me see. Hold on one second. I just have to go back to my email to see what it was called. Bear with me. I've got a whole bunch of stuff open on my
Oh no,
computer.
but I'm right here. I'm learning so much about life, and it's just natural things come. So
Yeah. The thing that I sent to you is called an evaluation. Let's see. It's called CF Operating Procedure. And I think CF maybe stands for Children and Families, but then it says Mental Health, Substance Abuse, Evaluation, and Reporting of Competency to Proceed.
I'll look into it.
I'm sorry?
I can look into it, definitely. I'm definitely going to look into it. I don't know.
The one she was talking about, I just happened to find it online when I was looking for some of that language. And so maybe it talks about, competent to proceed. It talks about incompetent to proceed and what that means. Talks about how they have competency evaluations, different intervals. So again, not sure if that's what Katie was referencing or not, but I thought it might be helpful to you just to take a peek at it if you think it might help.
She still has to get the stuff to me that she said, because I'm not going to play around. That's a state employee, and she's not going to be dishonest on company time. You know what I'm saying? Because that's fraud and that's misuse of public funding.
I just thought if that's what she was talking about, to speed up the process, I would send you what I
You can send it. Hey, I appreciate it. Yes, definitely send it. No, exactly. Send that information, and then that way that you all can be accountable, and you can say you doing your job and you send us some information. I can say I've looked and I'm trying to gain some information. But at my age, I could be a professor somewhere teaching these same people that act like they so much better than me. You know what I'm saying? So I don't want them to take my age from me. I don't want them to take anything from me. But I appreciate this call, and you know, and like I said, this is what it's about. Just being able to handle a conversation. You know, it doesn't cost that much for somebody to try to hear and listen to what somebody's saying. You don't have to listen to me, but hear what I'm saying. And then, you know, if you have questions, like a lot of times I write some stuff down. I try to get it together, but sometimes I'm so beautiful in my mind. It's not like I plagiarize. So I kind of I remember the parts that's important for me that I take from it. Then always, and that's just how I am. It's not summarizing because this is for my own good. But when I know, like this conversation, I can say, wait a minute, you said this, and I can hold account of what you were saying. But if it's something like, okay, this is what I have to remember or whatever. If you drive one way to get to a location and I drive to another way, I don't always have to remember your route. I can remember mine, but I know that there are other routes as well. But okay, you can call some other time, and I'm looking forward to yours. Email, your partner calls me or emails me or something, that's fine as well. But please make sure from what you heard to direct it to and what appropriate departments handle those matters or whoever. But I'm also, you know, going to look into these things for myself. And I'm going to keep trying to call because like I said, it's been things where I tried to call like the health department about situations. Man, it's just been, it's nasty out here at times. It's a mess.
It sounds exhausting. I mean,
it's not though, but it is.
It sounds like it could be very exhausting.
But the point about it is I won't quit on my life. Like what keeps me is that I'm happy with my life and I'm so beautiful. I'm pretty. I look forward to my life or whatever. But the thing is though, it's never easy to know that people are trying to take my life from me and turn me into a mental ill person. You know what I'm saying? That is a very hard thing because I don't want them to. I've never had anybody to control my life and all that, and I'm not going to have them start that. If I have somebody in my life,
your passion, right, to protect your choices.
Well, yeah, and it's not even, it's a passion, but it doesn't always have to be a passion. It's just me wanting to live my life, and I speak for myself. If I listen, if somebody says, you know, like you said, okay, you're going to send over that, I can read that. You know what I'm saying? That's no harm. If I know that it's good. But okay, if somebody say, hey, put your seatbelt on, or, you know, this is what the situation is. It is what it is. But I'm not about to have somebody to control my every move of my life or whatever. But I understand that you have to go ahead and you got some important things that you need to learn at your job, because I would try to keep you on the phone and talk to you more because I know that there are problems that need to be addressed, and this is the opportunity for that, but this is not the right time for that. And I know that some of these things you are not the appropriate person to discuss those matters with as well. So.
Yeah, well, I appreciate that. And thanks for taking the time to talk to me because I learn too by listening to people and hearing your experience and trying to send you resources that I think, may be helpful, certainly from, client rights. But then if there's anything else that I know about in a community or an area, that I think, like I said, Disability Rights Wisconsin, I know you said you like to speak for yourself, but I do know that they do have, part of their advocacy program. They can sometimes provide people just to go along, just so you have some additional support. You're the one who does the talking, but it's that support of having someone with you, having someone who's also listening, to your story and respecting that as well can sometimes mean a lot to people. So.
Yeah, no, I mean, it just really depends, but that person still will work for the state of Wisconsin, so they will have the allegiance and the obligation to, and it's not even for the state of Wisconsin anymore. They're not doing this for the people. They're now causing more seniority than the people that they're paying them and that they're supposed to represent. They're not representing the class of, because they have so many problems at a level that they're creating. So they're prioritizing their things instead of really getting to the core of the matter. So people are now being criminalized because they cannot keep up. And people are not getting the education because they have overpowered, and it's all different kinds of communities. They cannot handle it. And they're not getting a proper education to politicize, to be political, to take these offices as well. So they're not hiring the proper staff. They're hiring a lot of people that's in their best interest. They're not hiring and educating the people. Okay, you got a group of people that's just like a book club. Okay? Get a book club together and all y'all run for office, or you run and this is your cabinet. You know what I'm saying? Start at a book club and learn your books. Get creative. Nobody told me this. This is something that I have to go through for myself. This is my life. That's why I'm on a higher level than what people try to say I am, because I have to think for myself. And instead of going out there because it sounds good, or somebody going to pump you up and motivate you to do that and set you up for failure, and you sit there. That's why I said it's all different kinds of communities. And I'm on my own. I can't be independent. People don't accept that. People told me today, okay, that I'm a child of God, but I'm not. So I'm just myself. I'm not hating on God. I can say hi to God. I can talk to God if God is listening or whatever the situation is, but I'm not going to talk to someone that I do not see. You know what I'm saying? That is imaginary. You know what I'm saying? Or that I just, because that's the faith that I have to believe in myself. I can speak to my own self. You know what I'm saying? Because then what is the response then? So, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not hating on nothing, but I'm not going to be disrespectful and say the wrong thing out there because people know that they have a higher being. Because I'm going to say this. Why do they ask me, do I hear voices in my head, right? They ask me if I hear voices in my head. And if I hear voices in my head, then they call me mentally ill or schizophrenic. But these are the same people that tell me to pray and listen for God. Oh, really? So you guys got a serious lawsuit against you. I'm sure you know that by now. But I'm steady proving this stuff. And it's something for you to really consider. When you go to your seminars or you go to something and say my name, Jasmine Renee Davis, reference my name and let them know they are criminalized people for their belief system. People have a right to religious freedoms. And if people also are taking these medications, they're going to go on that trip and that journey to find their inner being. And they have a right to do that without being abused or captured or any of that. People are going to go on these different psychotropics or ecstasy rides or whatever, and they should be able to be in a land that they are not being criminalized and turned into a nightmare. You know what I'm saying? People want to reach those higher heights and understand what it's like to get a capacity of if the world was to open up and people were to breathe that full amount of oxygen. Scientists are doing anything. They're tearing the damn world up. You know what I'm saying? Digging in the core, getting all the minerals out, going to one place, another. Okay, the vibranium, this and that and the other. This is a problem. But I mean, this is so much. This is what I'm interested in. This is who I really am. And this is what I find where I'm not going to allow it to bring me down. You know what I'm saying? Because I have so much that I have, but it is a problem. And I cry about it. I cry about it. And I cry about it. But I scream about it. I talk about it, whatever I can do. But I do that to my own self. I'm not a violent person. And for them to tell people that I'm not a danger to myself or to others, but then I got to go through this once again, not even a year later. And every day since I had got out of jail, I had people attacking me. They say it's the state of Wisconsin versus Jasmine Davis. Wisconsin has a history of currently lynching people in modern days and modern times too. And they do it like this. It's a modern day form of lynching as well, but they were literally hanging people on trees and different things like that too. And people don't understand. They want to keep it quietly. People kill people. Some people believe that they can. I don't eat people. I don't agree with that. But some people believe that they can hunt people and do stuff. And you have to be careful about these laws. I just don't. I'm not interested in it. And I believe that if it was something that was interesting, it would have to come back to me. I don't want that. I want to live forever and always. And so that's why I speak life in my situation. And I don't have to hold back. But I don't want to keep you from your meeting and all that. And then you have some kind of write-up or something. But just, you're talking to me on the phone, and that's fine. And I appreciate the call and the information. But I'm telling you I have confidence in myself. But it's just, don't say something to me and not do it. Because then it's more of a liability and a compromise. So.
Makes sense.
And there's consequences for that.
I'm putting an email together tomorrow, and I'll do my best to capture, what we talked about and give you some information.
Well, I appreciate it.
Okay, take care, Jasmine.
I'm Jasmine Renee Davis. Not just Jasmine. You got to make sure you put Jasmine Renee Davis. And I don't know what I got you mean. Y'all own some other stuff, but it's just this culture that I'm a professional person. I need some words. Okay, I appreciate it.
Jasmine, it was a pleasure.
I'm Jasmine Renee Davis. It's not a joke. Not just Jasmine. I'm Jasmine Renee Davis.
Okay.
I just said, and then oh shit. Maybe I don't fucking know. Who you got somebody working up in there that's called Jasmine? You talking to somebody else? Shit. Okay, that's that. So I'm on my way. I'm about to get off of this this phone, this live video. I actually want to. Let's see here. Oh, I'm not calling him. You had to call me. And I'm talking to the person who commented on my page. Oh my goodness. So. Blood is a serious, serious thing. Oh, it's so powerful. So right now I'm just wiping my leg and my areas. I'm sure, of course, my whole body is though. Just making sure here. So I have some blood or whatever on my leg. Just kind of clean that. I'm gonna come on some other time with a live video, of course. I'm Jasmine Renee Davis.